Emily's here. I just don't, oh, there's Rowan.
Okay. Oh, yeah, now I see him. Great. Well, I think we are live. We are. So good evening. Welcome everyone to the regular session of the Tigard-Tualatin School Board. This evening is January 25th. Again, welcome everyone. Earlier, the board met in a work session, and I want to thank Vice Chairman Ben Bowman, who facilitated on my behalf as I attended some Oregon School Boards Association meetings. So Ben, thank you very much for your leadership with that. So with that, Dr. Riki Smith, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are none, Chair.
Okay, this evening's consent agenda includes the minutes from December 14th work session and meeting minutes, human resources and personnel report, our financial report, our bond financial report, and second reading board policies. Board members, anything to be removed from the consent agenda? Okay, hearing none, then I would take a motion to accept the agenda as presented.
Well, even though the Human Resources report lists the retirements of a couple of staff members who I really wish weren't retiring, I will move to approve the consent agenda as presented.
A second.
Motion was made and seconded to approve the agenda as presented, and I'll just do all aye. Any further discussion? Jordan, did you have a question? Or just a clap? You're okay. There's a hand up on your screen, so I just wanted to make sure. So all those in favor just signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion carries. Excellent. And with that, we will move to recognition and good news. And Jordan, I bet that's a hand clap to be excited for Brenda. So with that, let's see, Tracy.
Actually, I am just such a Zoom novice. I apparently had no idea that I've got my hand raised or something here. I'm so sorry. But thank you everyone for having us tonight. We're here with some really excellent news. And that is that Brenda Alarcon, our fourth grade teacher at Bridgeport, was actually recognized just this month by an organization, a nonprofit organization called Honored, that recognizes teachers for really phenomenal work. So she was selected by the organization based on a nomination from one of her students last year, one of our Bridgeport students, and this is actually a national award. And so it was the student's grandmother who nominated Mrs. Alarcon for this award, and they did an interview with the student and with his grandmother for as a part of the selection process. And really what the student's grandmother said was that Mrs. Alarcon really transformed the student's attitude about school, that previously he had really struggled and had been a lot of interrupted schooling, a lot of challenges to overcome that you can read about in this article. And as a result of his time with Mrs. Alarcon, his attitude about school completely transformed. One thing that she mentioned was that Mrs. Alarcon's approach was just completely non-judgmental and relentlessly caring, that she just went above and beyond and never once judged their family for the challenges that they were working to overcome. So Brenda always wanted to be a teacher. The article's really cute because it talks about how she ran garage school and collected all the neighborhood children to teach them all summer. It didn't last long. Apparently that was not how the neighborhood children wanted to spend their summer, but I also had a chance to speak with the reporter, and I'll just tell you what I told them, and that's that, Mrs. Alarcon's expectations, they are just incredibly high, both for herself and for her students. And she never lowers her standards. She really believes that all students can succeed, and she'll do whatever it takes to support them so that they meet her standards and her expectations. So she is just wildly dedicated and deeply caring. So Mrs. Alarcon, Brenda, thank you for everything that you do for our students, and congratulations on this amazing honor. I will actually clap this time. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jordan. I thank you very much. I want to say thank you Dr. Sue and board members for inviting me this evening. And oh my goodness, I need my Kleenex at this point. Thank you so much. Yes, it's an honor. And to my student and his grandmother who nominated me for this award, they are two very special people. And they certainly made an impact on me in a positive way. And it goes without saying, I'm very touched to know that I also made an impact on them. So thank you. And I will add that every teacher knows that the impact that we make is only as dependent as the support around us. So I could not ask for a more supportive staff at Bridgeport, from an administrator to office staff to nurse to teaching teams to teaching partners to specialists. It is a real treat, and I'm appreciative to work in an environment that has such an all hands on deck attitude and approach, because they are also a big part of my student and I's story. So I'm super honored. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Brenda.
Thank you.
Well, Brenda, I am actually I could just shower you with everything I thought about from that story, but I'm actually going to defer and hand it over to my fellow board members, because I'm sure that they have plenty that they would like to share with you as well. So it's open to the floor to any of you that want to share.
So I just want to say thank you for everything you've done for all the kids at Bridgeport. I loved hearing the specifics of the story of that one student, but I know from the time that I've spent volunteering at Bridgeport that you're doing that for every kid in your class, one way or another. You're touching all of them. And so thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
also want to say thank you, Brenda, not only for all the work you do with students, but also just for taking time to be here tonight, because it gives us an opportunity to thank you. And we don't get that opportunity very often, to personally thank a teacher for just caring and for going above and beyond. And so I thank you, but I also thank you for the opportunity to just be recognized, because I don't think our teachers are recognized enough. So I know that you're wonderful based on the video and things I've heard, but there's so many more out there, as you know, that care as well. So I just thank you for coming tonight and allowing us to celebrate.
Thank you.
Yes, and just echoing the comments of my colleagues, congratulations. And what a classic teacher that we're here to honor you, and you immediately point the spotlight back at your colleagues at school, which I think is appropriate, but also how deserving you are of this recognition. Yeah, I agree. It feels, all of our teachers, I think, are feeling pressure right now and feeling stress right now. And it feels really good to be able to honor you and all of your colleagues who are working so hard right now to serve students as best as you can in a challenging circumstance, and the lengths that you were able to go and the difference you were able to make. And I love reading the parent comments. Actually, that's what my favorite part of the write-up was. Just really cool. So congratulations, and thanks for being with us tonight, Brenda.
Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you, Brenda. I think the thing that stands out the most for me is that people don't always take the time or make the time to share such positive comments. So the fact that they took the time to write it up and share their story, but also found a way that I'm not sure is super familiar to people. So did some research maybe on how they could honor you. So that just, for me, that shows how strongly they felt that they put in that much effort to say thank you to you. So thank you.
And I guess, Brenda, I'll hand it over to Dr. Sue for a final comment. But what I wanted to say is, as the board really works hard and reflective on their practice in equity, what I loved about the story is you clearly are a superior technician at your art, but yet you stopped and you assessed and you looked at what is my practice today and maybe what needs to change and be different on how you impact students. And I just so appreciated that. And it was just I think it's an emotional time. Let's all be clear, right? And to read that story was what I needed. And I felt like so many did. So just thank you from the bottom of my heart of all that you're doing and your team. And Jordan, thank you for your leadership. So with that, Dr. Sue.
Thank you.
Well, Brenda, I really can't say any more than what's already been said, except to put a finer point to it, which is I owe you a golden hedgehog. And so please know that, yes, it's not for you, Principal Mills. It is for Brenda. But it is also on behalf of the fact of what you've also identified, Brenda, the supportive staff around you. But it starts first and foremost with you. And the way in which you have led and continue to lead. And you are the counter narrative to what is out there, that children cannot thrive in the current environment, and yet you demonstrate other. We know this is difficult. We know this has been hard for everyone. And yet you rise above all of that. And that is what makes you a superior teacher, and certainly golden hedgehog worthy. So there is one in my office, and I will try to find one here in the next week or two that we can put a mask on and have it delivered. And want you to know that, from not only from my heart, as a fellow colleague, but also as a parent and a grandparent, how grateful I would be if my child were in your classroom. And so congratulations. Well done. Keep up the great work. And eventually, Jordan, you'll get your golden hedgehog, but you'll have to go visit it in Brenda's room for now.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sue. Thank you, everybody, for your comments. Now I really do need the Kleenex. Thank you.
All right. Well, Jordan, thank you for that introduction. And then let me check my schedule. Yes, Lisa, I wasn't sure who will lead that. And Lisa, you are on the agenda, which was also a very fun thing to recognize.
Yeah, so we also have this evening, I would like to share Hazelbrook student artwork from teacher Chelsea Peterson, who is also with us this evening, her art class. And I'm going to share a video of the artwork, and then I would love for Chelsea to share anything she'd like to share about this artwork, but I'll go ahead and set up the screen here. So I think the artwork really speaks for itself. But I would love for Chelsea, I think you're here to share anything you'd like to share about your students and their work.
Well, first off, I just want to say thank you guys so much for recognizing them. I couldn't be more proud of the group of kids that I started this school year off with. They're absolutely amazing. And what I found that has really engaged the students has actually been something I've been fearing to do for years, was learning how to draw digitally. I'm not a tech person. I'm very old school and like to just draw with pencil and paper. And they've been asking me for years to do this. And so this was the push I needed when we started distance learning, to start figuring out technology. And not only has it inspired me, and I've got a new passion for digital art, but the kids have just blossomed. So I know when we go back to the building, I have every intention to continue with it and have the students get to choose whether they want to use materials they have in the classroom for assignments or if they'd prefer to do it digitally. So it's definitely inspired me as a teacher and what I want to do moving forward.
Awesome. Yeah.
So thank you.
Board members.
Well, I just want to say hi to Chelsea because she was my daughter's teacher like 15 years ago. I think you were fresh to the profession, weren't you, at that point?
I was, yes. It was right my first year, absolutely.
Yeah, yeah. So I know you're an amazing art teacher. And I'm delighted to see that after 13, 14 years in the profession, you're still reinventing the way you teach. And I love that. And the kids' artwork was phenomenal. So thank you.
You're welcome.
During the presentation, I was thinking of how, you know, we talk often about like some classes for some students aren't the reason why they go to school and other classes are. And I'm sure that's particularly true during the world we're in right now, where it's easier than ever to not be in school. And it strikes me from the art that we saw that I'm sure that is your class for a lot of students, and that you are helping a lot of students get through, because it just looks so fun and so interesting. And so, you know, there's clearly students with some passion there. So thank you for what you're doing. Always, but particularly now, it's very much appreciated. And thanks for being here tonight.
Thank you.
And Kelsey, I am just so impressed. The creativity just blew me away as a student, just how they blended, just things, ideas. I blown away by our students' talent. But thank you also just for the opportunity to showcase and just the creativity used in getting them engaged, as Director Bowman mentioned, and also just being able to showcase it, because we can't display it in the buildings and everything. So the students can't even share these beautiful creations. So this is great. Thank you so much just for all you do. Appreciate it.
That was a very fun video to watch. And I do hope that you will share with your students how they inspired you. I am sure that they would love to hear that. That you let them go and do what they wanted, but the results inspired you. That was just wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and again, I'll let Dr. Sue close, but Chelsea, it was so much fun. It was just, you know, and to see you take us a challenge and the silver lining of forcing you into something that you knew that you should be learning. And oh my gosh, the talent in your class, it was fabulous. It was just a great A+ on recognition and good news. Not that they all aren't amazing, but it was just a fun reflection in celebrating the amazing talent of our teachers. So thank you, Chelsea. Dr. Sue.
Thank you. Again, Chelsea, I echo everything that's been said here. And I wanted to share with you a practice that we have at central office when we meet with staff, which we do on a monthly basis. Now, obviously, it's been virtually. But we always close or begin the session with work that is going on in the field so that they can see what they're supporting. And yours was front and center at our last meeting, and there was not a dry eye in the house when we were done. So I want you to know that what I appreciate the most, besides everything that's been shared here this evening, is the fact that you were fearless. And that's what good teachers are, particularly in times like these, that you will step into a space that you normally would have stepped into. And the fact that you've said, and I'm going to take it back into the building. Not only are you fearless, you're wise. And so thank you on both of those fronts. Thank you for the way in which you made a difference in the lives of central office staff and helped them connect to why their work is important in terms of supporting the work that you do. And just keep up the great work. And I really, really look forward, hopefully, to get a virtual visit in to your classroom, if I can say it, yet this year. And certainly look forward to walking through your classroom and meeting your students in person. So congratulations. Well done.
Thank you guys so much for the kind words.
Okay, as we do our virtual clap, we will move into student representative reports. And I don't believe, is Eddie here? I don't. So we will, and you guys, I apologize. I've been in meetings for the afternoon, so I might have missed a communication there. So we will continue. Emily, I'll have you go first and then close with Rowan, and we'll catch up with Eddie at our next meeting.
We're 2 weeks away from the semester ending, so classes are really ramping up. I don't believe many classes are choosing to have finals. They usually, I think, rather than having obviously set days for finals, we're more doing like projects, so they take longer. Not a lot of changes at Tualatin. Not many new things have been happening. I can't really think of anything new. Yeah, no. We're just, everyone's sort of busy for finals and the semester ending. I'm sure I'll have more for my next report. We're just busy studying for now.
No, it's all good. Thanks, Emily.
Yeah, additionally, we also have finals next week. And I believe at Tigard and Tualatin, but at least at Tigard, the schedule for next week is a little different. Usually on Wednesdays, we just have advisory for 30 minutes from 10 to 10:30, and then all of the classes are asynchronous. But this week, Monday through Thursday, will all be synchronous, like regular class days. And then Friday, we will not have school, and that will be a teacher grading no school day. And then that gives way to a 3-day weekend before then we start the next semester. Like Emily, I think I maybe have one final, and then one of my other classes isn't giving me one just because of the year. And I think that's a common theme. So a lot of teachers still will be, but I think there also are a lot of classes that I recognize as probably not the best idea, depending on the class. And so that should be better than if every teacher was piling on finals. So that should be better. Additionally, I did see that Tigard got our football schedule recently, which I'm really hoping that we will end up playing. And just if you're curious, that starts March 5th, I think, and we would be playing 5 games, all of them in our league. So hopefully that happens. Obviously it depends on metrics, but I'm really hoping. And then lastly, a kind of fun thing that our publications class is doing is they're having like a theme reveal from the yearbook on Instagram this week. So every day they are posting a description as well as like a picture, just discussing what a few themes that will be in the yearbook to kind of get students excited for that and wanting to order. And then people can see a few things that will show up when they get the yearbooks when it comes in the spring. So that's kind of cool. And that's all I have.
Well, I'm sure that the yearbook staff and team are being really creative in how to create that moment for a yearbook. So that's great. So thank you. Questions for Emily and Rowan? You guys quiet. Okay, thank you both. So we will now move to superintendent and board communication, Dr. Ricky Smith.
Thank you. I'll defer my comments this evening to my report to the board and simply say that Rowan has provided you with a teaser as to what I will be sharing this evening as part of the report regarding athletics and progress we've made on that front. So thank you, board.
Thank you, Dr. Sue. Okay, board members.
I've got two relatively short things. First, just I'm looking forward to Dr. Sue's presentation as well, and I've been wrestling a lot, as I think a lot of us have, about this issue of communication communication with parents and students, and the Dr. Sue, being on executive committee this year, I get a lot of texts from Dr. Sue and from other cabinet members. And this last couple of weeks has been, I think I've gotten a small sampling of some of the frustration that the administrative team has been experiencing, because, you know, one day it was this new one vaccine plan that was looking really good, and we were so excited, and it was going to happen, you know, by the time we were targeted to go back. And then the next day, new information from a different group of people, some who work in the government, some who don't work in the government, some who are providing vaccines, some who work in the state. And it's just been back and forth and back and forth. And I bring that up because there's been an understandable and a fair request from community members to say, provide us with more information. We want to know what's going on. And if we would have made public announcements to our community about each step of news that we got over the last couple of weeks, I think it would have just been a really disastrous situation where students would have thought that they were going back earlier than would have been possible. And so I've just been wrestling with that, and just wanted to surface that this is just such an unusual time. And I think the factors that we're dealing with are not common, and hopefully once we're past this won't be true anymore. But just, you know, I totally agree with the desire to want more communication. I applaud our communications team for all the work that they're doing to try to balance that need to get communication out without providing misleading or incorrect information. So I just wanted to surface that. And it was frustrating for me on the receiving end of the text messages, feeling so excited and so devastated. And I imagine a lot of folks in the system felt the same way. And then the second thing is I wanted to give a shout out to our board chair, Maureen Wolf, for organizing the OSBA Legislative Summit. It was a fantastic event. It was almost too well attended. Everybody was there and everybody wanted to talk. But I think it was also really important because the other point I wanted to flag is that I'm very concerned and nervous about the school's budget, what the state school fund is going to look like this year, particularly how far apart we are from what we're going to need to be able to provide current service level for our students and what the governor's budget is starting us with. So that advocacy opportunity for us to all superintendents and school board members to make a very clear case to our legislators about what it's going to take to be able to provide the current service level is just such a big deal right now. So thank you, Chair Wolf, for organizing that. And with that, I'll hand it over to other board members.
So Director Bowman actually touched on the exact same two things that I was going to touch on. It's like got the same brain going. At the Legislative Summit, in one of the breakout rooms, I had the chance to meet with some students. And I wanted to just circle back to the board some of the things I heard from those students, because I think that it was really telling. I heard from students saying that they knew the resources to get mental health were out there, but they couldn't just walk down the hall to get them. And getting to mental health resources online is not nearly as satisfying as being able to walk down the hall and talk to a teacher, talk to a mental health provider. And I thought that was an interesting distinction that we hadn't talked about before. Also, I heard from several students who said that online school works okay, but the one where they were struggling the most was math. And two different students said that specifically math feels rushed, and math doesn't lend itself as well to online learning as, say, English does. So I thought that was another interesting data point that I would just let the board know. And then to the other thing that Director Bowman talked about with the information changing every 2 days. I was at a Bridgeport PSO meeting and I felt really bad, but the main message I had to get to the parents is the reason we're not telling you stuff is because we don't know, because every time we think we've got a stick in the ground, the stick moves. And so we're trying to keep that communication loop going, but it's really tricky. And I am totally empathetic to parents who are like, but because that's kind of how we're all feeling. I'm pretty sure it's how Dr. Sue is feeling on a regular basis. And then the final component is I've been really wrestling personally with the whole idea of teachers getting vaccines before our more elderly and our disadvantaged population. And I want the public to know that I am a member of the immune compromised community. I have been a virtual shut-in since March. I've gone inside of a store 3 times since March to dash inside, grab my prescription drugs, and run out as fast as I could. So I get how hard it is to be locked down. My husband is a senior citizen, and he thought he was going to get a vaccine, next week, and now he's not. But I want people to know that this is a sacrifice that we need to make. I can stay locked in my house. My husband can stay locked in the house. But it's important for our kids that they get back out to school. Those who want to do hybrid need to get back into the schools. And so that's why it's so important for teachers to get vaccinated. And I know there's been a lot of discussion in the newspaper about whether or not it's ethical for teachers to get vaccinated first. And I just want to say, as somebody who's directly impacted by it, I understand the reasoning behind it, and I'm very proud of the state of Oregon for prioritizing teacher vaccinations.
I will give a shout out to my students and staff who were in my pullout group or breakout group at legislative events. So Amara, Eliza, and Hannah, thank you. And Octavia and Lisa, thank you. Did an excellent job of expressing what they've been experiencing to the whole group that was there. Really different. I've been attending did attend the Tigard Turns the Tide and Tualatin Together events. And both coalitions have been doing some really deep work about looking at themselves, like SWOT analysis, and reaching out to their entire coalition to come up with themes of how they want to live out their mission, so that they really are the best drug and alcohol prevention resources that we can have in the district. And like all good nonprofits, are looking to add board members and are looking for donations. I know, laugh, laugh. So truly, if supporting mental health options for our kids so that they will avoid drug and alcohol as a coping mechanism or any other reason that they might turn to those, if that speaks to your heart, so I guess I'm talking to the public, please consider being a board member on one of the organizations if you're in Tigard or Tualatin, or by donating the money so that they can continue the great work that they do.
I have been getting feedback from parents, and I have a dog now, so I get out in our neighborhood more than ever before. I run into quite a few people. I just want to thank parents for just giving feedback about, especially their personal stories that they're dealing with their kids. And I just get a sense that, as you know, it's been almost a year. It's hard to believe, but 10 and a half, 11 months since we shut down in-person instruction. And I feel like as time goes on, people are kind of reaching their limits, and the social isolation, screen fatigue. I hear that a lot, just the screen fatigue of just all the emails getting piled up and just do this and do that and log on, and then just the emotional health. I've heard stories of like relatively social kids now being afraid to go out. They're just because you realize how important that socialization is, social development of our students. And so I just wanted to thank parents for sharing those stories and being vulnerable that they're struggling themselves. A lot of tears I hear from parents in trying to help their students. And I guess I just want to convey that as a board member, I'm really trying to strike that balance of understanding the needs, but also all that's required to get us back into school. And that's a tough balance, and I'm always questioning whether we're achieving that. I thank you all for the pushback. I thank you that it's been pretty civil, and that we're able to debate these things and challenge each other. So thank you for that. But just know that I take this seriously, and I don't claim to have the right answer, but we're trying our best. So thank you for that. And on a personal note, I have a 90-year-old mother with severe dementia and all these comorbidities that I care for. And I empathize with I empathize with families because the people who care for her are younger. You know, whether it be her grandchildren, me, my other brothers and sisters, and we are the ones that, you know, infect her or could infect her. So we're all very careful. But I understand the intergenerational challenges. But I have to say that, you know, if we protect the most vulnerable or medically fragile, you know, I'm pretty low risk for complications and my survival rate's really high. So I don't want to get COVID, obviously, but I'm not super, you know, probably not going to die from it or even go to the hospital. So I have an appointment for my mom and I'm thankful for it on Wednesday to get immunized. And yeah, we'll see if it actually goes through. But I also experienced over the weekend just the log jam that I've heard stories about of everybody passing on the email because it's really easy to sign up. I mean, you can forward it. There's not really a whole lot of screening. So it's Scout's honor. So I can see why there was a log jam. So it was interesting experiencing it for the firsthand through my own mother's experience. But anyway, I just want to say those things and just let everybody know that it's not just, you know, it's personal too. And thank you for sharing your stories with us.
Thank you all. I will try to wrap up briefly. You all are articulated, I think, what all of us are feeling and thinking really well. But the first thing I'm going to say is I'm going to take all those gratitudes that you all just gave me for the summit and hand them all to Zinnia and to Lisa Burton because the video was amazing and was so proud to see TTSD really shine and talk about how we have been using our Student Success Act funding. And then also Zinnia just knocked it out of the park to really fill the TTSD tables with Representative Neron, Representative Pruzak, Representative Graber, and Senator Burdick. And so appreciated my fellow board members facilitating those conversations, but Zinnia, thank you. I really think they showed up because they knew they were going to have staff and students that really wanted to talk to them. So thank you so much for that. Yeah, I just ditto to everything our board, my fellow board members have said. I mean, this is nothing compared to the Great Recession, and I thought that was horrific. And just trying to make the decisions timely, appropriately, so we're not pulling back information that, you know, dramatically shifted, and now we're retracing steps. And I just appreciate, I listened to Governor Brown's press conference when they were doing the rollout. Here's the timing of educator vaccinations, and this is what it's going to look like. And I posted those on my Facebook page. And there were comments about some frustrations about timing. And here, Catherine Harrington chimes in to try to help. Representative Pruzak chimes in and tries to help. And I share that only to say, I think we're all stepping up, trying to navigate this and do what's right for students, for staff, for our community. And I just, if I'm behind on an email, I apologize. Dr. Ricky Smith is like knocking them out left and right. I'm trying to do the same. And I just, I know that tensions are high, but I really appreciate my fellow board members, staff led by Sue that are just working so hard to support our community. So with that, we'll close communication and move to public comment. And on public comment, I will tell you, we are transitioning tonight. I think that a lot of people are going to value the opportunity to be able to come back and share that public comment personally. I want to thank Jill a lot for being our voice for so many meetings and reading those. So I think tonight we kind of have a hybrid as we shift to a personal public comment. And Patty and Lisa, thank you for navigating to try to get that transition in place. So I will announce this in case folks didn't see it on the agenda. Beginning with the February 8th, 21 board meeting, public comment sign up will close at 4 p.m. After January 25th, any public comment submitted by voicemail or email will be forwarded to the board members and become board correspondence and not part of the public record. And part of that shift of course, to changing public comment close at 4 is to help navigate those panelist invitations and make sure we're set up so that you have the opportunity to ensure your voice is heard. So with that, Jill and Patty, how are we? Are we going to start, Jill, with you reading, or will we start with the folks coming in?
We're going to start with Kevin Robinson.
Okay.
And he's here, and I'll bring him in.
Okay, so as Kevin comes in, I will again set the criteria 3 minutes for public comment. And I no disparaging comments about staff, or unfortunately we will shut you off. And actually we probably could. We could just mute you. And I think that's it. And please just state your name for the record. And Kevin, welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Kevin Robinson. My wife and I have a 6th grade son at Fowler and a 5th grade daughter at CFT. I'm the fields manager for Tigard Little League. I'm seeking an answer on why Susan McCormick Field, Fowler Middle School, is the exclusive home of Southwest Portland Babe Ruth, an organization that serves 13 to 18-year-old baseball players from surrounding school districts. McCormick Field, which is named after a former beloved teacher at Fowler, is one of 4 60/90, which is full-size baseball fields in Tigard. The other 3 are a turf multi-purpose field and 2 substandard natural surface fields, all on the Tigard High School campus. Currently, Tigard has 3 baseball organizations that serve our youth: Tigard Little League, Tigard JBO, and Southwest Portland Babe Ruth. 2 of those organizations serve exclusively children and kids in the Tigard-Tualatin School District. Tigard Little League offers programming for children ages 5 to 13, predominantly K through 6th grade. And Tigard JBO offers programming for kids ages 13 to 14, predominantly 7th and 8th grade. And then kids from Little League funnel to JBO. And there is a connection between the JBO program and the Tigard High School program. So the issue and the reason for me seeking this is I feel like there is an inequity that exists in the community when we have a scarcity of fields, when the quality of the fields is suspect. And I see an opportunity for the school board, along with TTSD staff, to answer for the community the question that I started with, and to seek a way for us as a community to give our kids access to all of the fields that are here. And the reason for that is right now, the organizations, the 2 that are exclusively TTSD kids, there's a shortage, there is a constraint that's making it very difficult for us to give kids an opportunity for extracurricular that even in a normal circumstance, not in a pandemic, would be challenging, but are that much more that's exacerbated with the current conditions and expected conditions, such that it's making it, there's that much greater of a divide between the haves and the have-nots. And that's pretty much it. Seeking an answer.
So Kevin, I want to thank you for your comments. And I, as part of my setup for public comment, I did not clarify that public comment is not a dialogue, but thank you for presenting the question. And we certainly will follow up with Dr. Ricky Smith. So thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, Patty, who's our next one?
So our next person is Tanya Chappelle.
Okay.
Tanya, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you're up.
And can you see me?
We see your name.
Okay.
You want to be seen?
Yeah, that's fine with me. Or I can just speak if it.
I think Patty's trying to fix that for you, Tanya.
I think she just needs to start her video on the bottom of the screen.
Yeah, you should see a strike through, Tanya, if you tap your screen. Oh, you're on. Welcome. Hello. But now you're on mute.
Okay. Can you see me now?
Perfect.
Okay,
Perfect.
good. Hi, my name is Tanya Chappelle, and I'm a mom of 3 kiddos. I have 2 at Fowler in 6th and 8th grade, and I have a son that's attending Westside Christian High School. And I am part of a group of parents from TTSD that have come together to form, we're hoping, a collaborative approach, and we would like to share with you some of our thoughts and questions in the hopes that you can either answer them very soon, or it could be addressed tonight if we get some answers through the presentation. And since this is going to be longer than 3 minutes, there's another gal that will be sharing right after me, and she'll continue on this presentation. First, we would like to thank you for continuing to be open to feedback throughout this unprecedented time. We would also like to thank you immensely for all your hard work in dealing with this nightmare that has resulted from the pandemic and the information you provided at the last meeting. First and foremost, we would like to have a better handle on what barriers are still present that will prevent the reopening of our schools. We understand that there are already plans in place to open the K-5, so we would mostly like to focus on the middle and high schools. We would like to know what the barriers are at the local and state levels that must be dealt with before our students return. And for those barriers that are coming from the state level, we want you to know that we are more than happy to write letters to the governor, ODE, OHA, urging removal of those barriers. We also, as a group, continue to write letters in an effort to get our children back to playing sports, as we have seen take place successfully all across the nation. Now, Amy Zuckerman will read the rest of the comments. Thank you.
Amy, you're still on mute.
Unmute. There I go. Okay, we have video and audio. Thank you very much for your time. My name is Amy Zuckerman. I have a freshman at Tualatin High School and a 7th grader at Hazelbrook. The following questions remain unclear to us, and we hope your answers will help us understand the process a little better. Who is the ultimate decision maker on school reopening? Will the board have a formal motion and a discussion about reopening in addition to Dr. Riki Smith's presentation? Is board approval required to reopen? When can parents expect a survey to determine which families will ultimately choose the hybrid model, which families want to continue with their CDL learning, and which ones are still undecided? We hope the district understands that we expect there may be a need for multiple surveys as things progress and information changes. We assume the high schools and middle schools are actively making plans to reopen. What are these plans? What is left to accomplish, and can you give us some reassurance that you will be ready once teachers are vaccinated and/or the state requires a return by a certain date? In other words, if the governor signs a mandate tomorrow demanding that the schools reopen by a certain date, will our buildings and staff be ready? What is the latest estimate for when you expect that all TTSD teachers and staff will be fully vaccinated? Can you provide any additional insight into how the high school schedules will work with the required cohorting under a hybrid plan, especially for students with heavy electives next semester? When we look at some of our own kids' elective class sizes, it is unclear how we can meet those cohorting requirements. What is TTSD's position on the liability issue as it pertains to schools and in response to the OSBA memo? It's clear the legislature intended to create liability protections. However, districts and schools seem to be interpreting the actual effect of the legislation differently. Where does TTSD stand on this? Can you provide any assurances that the board, Dr. Riki Smith, and the principals of the middle and high schools have not already concluded that the upper grades will not reopen this year. The worst thing that can be done at this point is to continue to allow students and parents to hope for a return that will never come. And finally, if middle schools and high schools will remain in CDL, can you resume instruction on Wednesdays rather than have our children free and without learning on those days? We thank you for taking the time to listen, consider, and answer these questions. Sincerely signed, Tanya Chappelle, Amy Zuckerman, Dina Ryerson, Liz Voland, and Michelle Javernick.
Thank you, Amy.
Thank you.
Okay, Patty, is there another personal? Okay, so Jill, flips to you. Okay.
Flips to me now, yeah. So I will be reading, I think 4.
Okay.
Dear school board members, the purpose of this letter is to express my sincere gratitude for the effort and hard work the Tigard-Tualatin School Board has maintained during these extremely challenging times. As a parent of 2 special needs students who have benefited from the school board's decisions, I want to express my appreciation for all you do. I realize the board makes decisions on behalf of all students. This is a difficult, complex process, and for that I am especially grateful. Based on the journey my children and I have taken during their 5.5 years at Mary Woodward Elementary School, it is clear the school board has had to make decisions in easy times as well as in hard times. Many districts have taken different approaches in the ways they have provided education to students across the state during the pandemic. I personally appreciate Tigard-Tualatin School District's collaboration and feedback to ensure voices of families are represented and heard. For example, school board member Jill Zerschmied reads out loud one by one emails and letters from students, parents, and teachers at school board meetings as a matter of record. This demonstrates, despite pressure and expectations from outside sources, this school board cares about their people. Furthermore, I've had the opportunity to observe teachers' continued commitment to serve the students they teach through online learning. I know parents of students with special needs who have expressed sincere appreciation for the resourceful accommodations schools have provided during the pandemic, such as aides making home visits, distance learning, push-in programs, as well as necessary materials dropped off on their doorsteps. For some, the supports teachers have provided is exceptional and their students are thriving because of it. After Governor Kate Brown's announcement, Oregon schools will be allowed to open their doors to students starting January 1st, as the state would no longer mandate closures based on the severity of the coronavirus pandemic in a school district's county. I spent some time reflecting on the education system, and I concluded I am very grateful to be part of the Tigard-Tualatin School District. These circumstances have continued to affirm my trust in and appreciation for the work you do. Furthermore, I feel extremely fortunate to have Dr. Sue Riki Smith as our superintendent during this time. There are no words to express my gratitude for your guidance and leadership. Thank you for all you do. Yours truly, Sarah Beck. The next public comment is from Jessica Reiser. I comment to address the discussion at the last board meeting as to whether the students' request to require our secondary schools to offer free period products in the ladies' and gender-neutral restrooms is more appropriately a matter of policy or regulation. OSBA offers some helpful definitions of policy and administrative regulation on their website. According to OSBA, policy is a guideline adopted by the board to chart a course of action. It tells what is wanted and is broad enough to allow administrative discretion, but clear enough to give clear guidance. Policy is not detailed direction. Policy is important because it provides consistency, stability, and continuity. It provides direction, and it provides a sound basis for appraisal and accountability. They say that administrative regulations are detailed directions developed by administrators to put policy into practice. They provide the details for carrying out policy. Was it possible for this to have been dealt with through administrative regulation? Certainly. As board member Zerschmied stated, we don't have a policy for toilet paper. But we don't have a policy for toilet paper because schools have never seen toilet paper as an optional amenity. It has been treated as a required item necessary for student and public health. While the same is true for period products, our schools have never treated them that way. When the board sees the district failing to address students' needs, in this case for centuries, it is not only appropriate but incumbent upon the board to address it through policy. I thought that the students did an excellent job walking the line between policy and regulation. They were very brief. Their suggested language told administrators what was required, but not how to do it. And by choosing to advocate for a policy rather than a regulation, they made sure that each student would have this right, regardless of what school they attend and regardless of the budget for any given year. Most importantly, they provided a way for students and families to hold the district accountable. I leave you with one final reflection. If this board determines that this should be addressed through administrative regulation, students would, I imagine, pursue two paths. They would seek to have it incorporated into the district budget, and in the alternative, they would seek to have it incorporated into the secondary schools' budgets. At a district level, they would discuss this possibility with our Chief Financial Officer, David, our Director of Operations, Darren, and perhaps our Facilities Manager, Kevin. At a secondary school level, they would go to our middle school principals, Andrew, Tim, and Andy, and our high school principals, Michael, Brian, and Russ. The idea that our young women should be forced to argue to male administrators that their bodies are as entitled to public health supplies as their male counterparts, that they shouldn't be forced to walk to a nurse's office while blood soaks through their garments, that they are worth the drop in the proverbial bucket that this will cost the district. The fact that we are having this discussion in 2021 is why this is so clearly a matter of policy. Thank you for your time. Jessica Reiser, Tualatin High School mom.
Oh, that was like 3 minutes.
Right under the thing. Well done. Okay, hang on a second. I need to blow this print up because it's too small. All right, there we go. This is from Liz and Aaron Voland. Good evening. I wanted to start by thanking you for your time and service. I sat through the last 4-hour board meeting. It was apparent that you care about our students, and I appreciate that. Many parents are now actively engaged in trying to parse what is being communicated and what is not being communicated. I believe that had there been better communication, the tone of the letters at the last meeting would be markedly different. If we take you at your word that your goal is the same as ours, to get kids back in school, let us work together. We have been reading the RSSL plan. Parents of high school students are alarmed because in comparing the planning with other districts, it does not seem like our classes are properly cohorted to be able to return to in-person this year. Please, we beg you, be transparent about what challenges exist. We will work alongside you to move heaven and earth and get our kids back on campus before June. It would be cruel to hold out hope only for our kids to be told that due to scheduling issues, they cannot return, while high school students around the state will return. Can we implement some form of communication that allows us to know where Tualatin High School is on getting through the 53-page plan you referenced last meeting? Please tell us what specifically we can advocate for from the legislature. We are already writing letters, but would love to request clear action items from them. What needs to happen to alleviate the liability conundrum? How can we help you help us? We are a small but mightily motivated group. Lastly, given the discussion last week, I would like to know why OSBA does not recommend you add the period plan to the adopted policies. As a taxpayer, I hope you are clear that placing this plan in the policy does not create a liability if down the road there are extreme budget cuts. While I am in favor of a budget line to support this endeavor, I believe there should be a nominal cost for the products so that their availability isn't abused. I would hate to see a scenario where the budget is crazy tight and now you are required to fund this project because of the policy and maybe have to defend something higher on the priority list. While worthy, there are many community collection drives to support having period products available at the local food pantry. Ideally, the well-spoken student would also advocate for these items to be purchased through SNAP. Advocacy there is long overdue. Thank you again. I look forward to hearing how we can tackle these challenges together. Respectfully, Liz and Aaron Woland.
Thank you, Director Searchmead. Jill, did you have one more?
I have one more. This is from Allison Schubert. I haven't heard anything regarding my comments. Perhaps they didn't warrant a response, which is fine. Again, I'm not sure how any of this works. I did, however, want to offer an update to our situation, which I'm providing so the board can see how so many kids are struggling, perhaps in different ways. My mother-in-law passed last week. She suffered dementia for years, but contracted COVID around Christmas and never recovered. It's been a tough week, which has reignited my daughter's anxieties, which means she's focusing again on the fact that she won't be going to high school with her friends. I don't know how unique our case is, but I know the mental health of so many kids is deteriorating in different ways all around, and my kid is truly struggling. It's heartbreaking to watch. Anything the board, district cabinet could do to alleviate this anxiety for as many as possible would be greatly appreciated. I truly believe allowing the small population of City of Durham kids opt into Tigard High School, where their elementary school friends are, would be one of those things. In our neighborhood, Heron Grove, Kingfisher, of 54 houses, only one other family has a child at Tualatin. We simply don't have the young population we once did. What's more, my daughter's 6th grade year was spent in pods and at home. Her 7th grade year will be at home. Her 8th grade year will be under pandemic rules, which will likely provide fewer socialization opportunities. She, like so many, haven't had anything close to a normal middle school experience where they meet new people and get to go to high school with them. It's been the exact opposite. They've clung onto their old friends as they deal with isolation. I just don't want them to feel that isolation is endless, which is how my daughter feels about going to a high school where she knows so few people. I'm at a point now where I feel like I need to ask directly for my daughter, simply to have this be something she doesn't have to suffer over. Is there a way I can officially request now she attend Tigard High School when she starts high school in fall 2022? Or anything I can do to make it more likely? Just a quick note about my daughter. She's an excellent student, even with her anxieties. She's double tagged, probably explains some of her anxieties, and gets all A's. She's incredibly kind and participates in class. Any school would love to have her. She will also be attending Tigard High School for math starting in 8th grade. So it feels even more like that's her high school, and feels even worse for her that it will be taken away. Please let me know if there's anything I can do to make this request official. Thank you for your time, Allison Schubert. And that is the end of our public comment.
Thank you, Jill. And I just make a note to Dr. Ricky Smith and to Vice Chair Bowman that we'll kind of touch base on some of the public comments that aren't going to be addressed per the presentation to try to close that loop. So thank you for the comments. So we will now move to reports and discussions and move to report and discussion. And I saw Charles earlier, but I will hand it over to Director Moore for introductions.
Thank you, Chair Wolf. Yes, we have Charles Reinerson with us this evening for the presentation on the demographer's report related to an update to our 10-year enrollment forecast. Charles is with Portland State University Population Research Center. So Charles, I'm going to turn over to you, and I think Patty has your presentation.
Great. Well, thank you. I don't need to tell everybody that this is a challenging year. It's obviously more challenging for school officials, parents, and students than it is for demographers. But incidentally, I also have a high school senior in another district, and I'm in my 20th and final year of being a parent in K-12 public schools. So I appreciate the comments from the board members and the testimony from parents. But the challenge for a demographer is that we like to use the most recent official October enrollment count, and that's usually our benchmark for enrollment forecasts. We take a look at how the cohorts are progressing through schools, compare this year to last year and the last several years, and additional analysis such as looking at what's the growth of enrollment in new housing developments, for example. And as you know, the enrollment counts that we have from this October are a complete anomaly. So we had to do things a little differently this year. And let's take a look at the next slide. This is comparing, I didn't include this in the report. Normally we show as part of our report how did our forecast compared to actual enrollment. And it's not in the report this year. It would be relatively, certainly not an indictment of our forecast, but just to show you the comparison here, I've included it in this report. 24% shortfall in kindergarten and 7% district-wide overall.
Charles, can I ask you a question here? Do you prefer we hold to the end?
No, it's as long as it's just board members and Dr. Ricky Smith. It's fine.
I'm just curious on this slide, if you have a sense of, are these numbers that you're seeing it for TTSD representative of what other districts are seeing in their declines, or is it different in some ways?
Good question. And I haven't looked, I don't have the numbers for every district, but these are a little steeper. And I was hoping that maybe there'd be some dialogue about that. I've worked with 4 other Portland area districts this year, and all of them had kindergarten declines in the range of 17 to 19%, and overall K-12 enrollment declines between 3.5% and 4.5%. And those are Beaverton, Portland, Lake Oswego, and David Douglas. So a cross section of districts all having less of a decline. And incidentally, this isn't strictly decline. This is compared with this last year's forecast for this year, which would have been a bit of an increase. So it was 6% decline from K-12 total last year. But the kindergarten was similarly 24% because last year's kindergarten was 919. So that's also, I cite in the report, there was a national sort of unofficial survey where national news media outlet, NPR, I believe, sent a questionnaire to 100 school districts, and they heard back from 60 of them. There was an average decline of 16% in kindergarten, you know, similar to the other Portland area districts that I worked with. But this is a steeper decline.
So Charles, can I follow up on Ben's question? Just on the forecast, I think we've been landing on, I know recently you've kind of gone to this high, mid, low analysis. So the forecast for this year was a mid-range number. Is that correct? If that makes sense?
Yeah, we're comparing it to the middle series forecast.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So let's take a look at the next slide. And so this shows the solution for doing the forecast in light of this anomaly. The black line with the dark squares is actual enrollment, K-12, and this is similar to a figure that appears in the report, figure 2, except in that figure I did not show the high, middle, and low point for 2021 because this is a sort of a stealth forecast. To be able to move forward beyond this year, what we did with all the districts that we worked with this year is a forecast for what we think enrollment might have been if not for the pandemic. And that's what those data points are there and bunched up in 2021 on the forecast lines. And we're going to zoom in the next slide to look at how that compares with last year. So let's advance. Okay, back one. That was we need to go to the slide before this one. Oh, wrong way. There, okay. So this is showing the same picture zoomed in only for a few years, and the dashed line was the forecast that we presented 1 year ago, the middle range forecast that we presented 1 year ago, and the red line with open squares is the new mid-range forecast that's included in this report. So it's a little bit of an adjustment down even for this year, even though it's a bit of a guess. However, in the long run, it's similar to what we presented last year. So there's a risk here. You know, we don't, it's an optimistic assumption that things will be back to normal next fall. And that, as I mentioned, is a risk that in terms of enrollment, even if schools are open, you know, are things going to be back to normal? But I don't think we have any way to assume, any basis to assume otherwise. You know, it would be even more of a guess to try to say what would happen if schools are open like normal, but people continue to make decisions. You know, if a small fraction of families continue to make the same kind of decisions that they're making now about homeschooling or private schools, you know, there is a risk of low enrollment. So Mr. Moore thought it was prudent, and I agreed to also take a look at the low forecast and do normally we only do a forecast for individual schools that's based on the middle series. But this time, for the first time ever, we've also done a forecast just for next year for individual schools that's based on the low series. And that appears in the report as figure 17. And if unless there's any questions about this, we can move on to the next slides, which detail the school level middle and low forecasts. So for elementary schools, K-5, what this chart is showing is the base year, fall 2019, total enrollment of 5,473. The three columns represent, first on the left, the forecast that we presented a year ago for fall 2021. The middle is the mid-range forecast for the revised mid-range forecast for fall 2021, showing a little bit of an increase from fall 2019. And then the new low forecast for fall 2021 showing a decrease from fall 2019 enrollment at the elementary level. So next is the middle school level, and particularly, you know, due to the cohorts that we know are already in the system, regardless of what's happening with remote learning during the pandemic, we had forecast middle school enrollment to decline for 2021, and the revised middle series forecast is just a little more of a decline, and then the low forecast is showing a loss of over 100 students from fall of 2019. And then finally, again, because of cohorts that were already in the system, grade 9 through 12 would be growing under any scenario, assuming that things are back to normal. And there's less of a spread between last year's forecast and the middle forecast, or even the low forecast for that matter, because another thing, you know, back to Director Bowman's comment, all districts that I worked with have less of a shortfall in high school than in elementary or middle school. And in fact, a couple of the districts really didn't have any shortfall in high school. So, I guess it makes sense. High school students are more likely to be able to handle the remote learning, or, have already established their enrollment pattern, and you don't want to pull your kid out in their last couple of years of high school. So we've seen less of a shortfall in high school than what we've seen certainly in elementary school. So the other elephant in the room in the next slide is what's happening with births, and they've continued to decline in the most recent year of data that we have. And this is specific to births to residents of Tigard-Tualatin School District. As you may recall, if those of you who have been on the board, we have an agreement with the Oregon Health Authority to pinpoint births by residents of mother. So we're able to aggregate that to school districts, and 2019 is a new record low. The fewest number of births to Tigard-Tualatin School District residents since 1993, but that's not unique. It's actually 2019 was also the smallest births, the smallest number of births to Oregon residents since 1994, and the smallest to U.S. residents since 1986. Kind of hard to believe, isn't it? Tens of millions more people living here in the U.S. now than there were 30 plus years ago, but fewer babies being born.
Hey, Charles.
And yeah.
Do you, and maybe I'm jumping the gun on this question, but do you have data about like immigration statistics, and when new folks move either from a different state or from a different country into our school district?
There is some data along those lines. I mean, there's the American Community Survey that the Census Bureau does, has a question on it about, well, where did you live 12 months ago? And then they tabulate whether people lived in the same home or same county or a different county, different state, or abroad. There's also a question about citizenship. You may recall the controversy about the citizenship question on the decennial census, but one of the arguments of why it wasn't needed is because there is a citizenship question on the American Community Survey, which is a sample survey. So we know that immigration is really, I haven't looked at it specifically for Tigard-Tualatin, and the sampling error might be too great for a small area, but for the state and the nation, definitely immigration is way down, and from what it had been. And we see a lot of, the 1990s and prior to the Great Recession, the immigration was really fueling it was preventing public school enrollment from falling in many, many districts, including Tigard-Tualatin, I'm pretty sure. But, that has not been sustained. So we're not, and Oregon in general, in terms of migration from other states, we generally have more people moving in than out. There's only been a few years in the last 60 years that we had out migration. But during recessionary periods, that usually slows down. And of course, lots of questions about the pandemic. There are a lot of people moving around. Are there people going to move here because it's more attractive, or cheaper than California, or going to people move out because it's less attractive and more expensive than most of the rest of the United States? So those are big questions.
That's helpful. Thank you.
So
Charles, also
Oh, yeah.
just a quick question. So given the annual births, I noticed in the report itself, it looks like the city of Tigard and Tualatin, well, especially Tigard and Tualatin, probably not so much, is aging. So how much is this related to birth rate versus age of the district's population? You know that off the top of your.
Oh, both. Yeah, definitely both. But birth rates have fallen tremendously. State of Oregon, if you're familiar with the concept of total fertility rate, where 2.1 births per female during her childbearing years is replacement rate. The Oregon is down to about 1.5, which is similar to some European countries like Germany. Multnomah County is down, to closer to 1.1 or 1.2, like South Korea. So it's amazing. And in fact, when you look at it ethnically, when we did have a lot of immigration in the 1990s, Latina birth rates were very high, but they've dropped faster than any other ethnic group because, the women of childbearing age now are the children of those 1990s immigrants, born in the US and more likely to be enrolled in college in the labor force. And, that has contributed to the plunge in births as well.
Thank you.
So the next slide shows how births align with kindergarten enrollment. And you can see the decline in births, yet the kindergarten enrollment has been, ignoring this year, has been pretty stable. And part of that is probably because of full day kindergarten. I added fall of 2015 to this chart. And if you just looked at kindergarten enrollment, you wouldn't know that there was a boost to kindergarten enrollment due to full day kindergarten because it happened to coincide with a big plunge in births. But you can see that in the last 5 years up until fall of 2019, those lines were a lot closer together than they were in the previous 5 years. So there is actually a higher ratio of kindergarten enrollment to births than there had been. And here's yet another thing that we like to analyze using enrollment. We can't really say much about the ratio of this year's kindergarten to births, but we think it would have been similar to last year. But what's interesting about this is, in spite of the changes in magnitude, 9 out of the last 10 years, the direction of kindergarten enrollment, growth or decline, has matched the direction of births 5 years previous, growth or decline. And again, because we get this data from the health authority, we're able to get the month of birth. So these are births between September and August that would align with school cohorts, given that you have to be 5 by September 1st. So the uptick in births and kindergarten a few years out is pretty much dependent on the kind of housing growth that we expect from some of the big developments, like the continued growth in River Terrace and lots of affordable apartments that are coming online, especially in the Durham attendance area. And that is probably the great hope for not having declining enrollment, as well as down the line, the King City urban growth boundary expansion, which King City officials are still optimistic about getting off the ground pretty soon after they finish their master planning.
Yeah.
Charles, have you heard yet any information about whether there is in fact a baby boom coming because of the lockdown?
No, in fact, more likely the opposite.
Okay.
In fact, there's a link or a citation in the report about a Brookings study that anticipates hundreds of thousands of fewer births nationally due to the uncertainty. Because, as we saw in the recession, when people are feeling good about their economic prospects or their situation, like leading up to this peak that in births you can see on the left in this chart, people are more like young adults are more likely to feel confident about starting a family. When things are uncertain, they're less confident about that. So I've heard that argument that there may be more, but I'm in the camp of there will be less.
Thank you. I appreciate an educated response to that question because I've only heard anecdotes.
Yeah, people love that anecdote. We're all locked down. We're going to have lots of babies. Next slide is the last one. There's too many numbers on here, but this appears in the report, and as well as more detail in the appendix with all of the numbers showing that in the low series, 10 years from now, enrollment ends up, total K-12 enrollment ends up right about where it is today. In the middle series, K-12 enrollment grows by about 700, and in the high series by about 1,400. And as far as individual schools, also some discussion of that in the report. We use the boundaries as they are today. We know that you have Art Rutkin on the way, but we're showing the biggest growth at Alberta, Ryder, and Deer Creek due to ongoing development of River Terrace, and then after about 2025, expecting King City urban growth boundary to contribute to growth in in the current Deer Creek area. And then, something new on the radar, probably beyond the 10-year forecast, River Terrace 2.0, which is now in concept planning, but not yet in the urban growth boundary. And then we've got growth in the Durham area, expected because of when there is affordable housing with 2 and 3 bedroom units, that is going to allow more children to continue to live in the neighborhood.
So Charles, the high forecast then really is best case scenario of charter, homeschool, all coming back, those 2 to 3, because I appreciate defining what's a 1-bedroom apartment and unlikely, family apartment, but kind of all those best scenarios rolling in to calculate a high forecast, right? So it's likely pretty unrealistic as well. Would you say that, or?
Yeah, based on, the difference between people's optimism about, well, not everybody thinks that lots of housing development is a good thing, but for those people who are planning for lots of housing development and expecting it to take off soon, with a strong market, that's always a possibility, but in so many cases, the development doesn't, it goes at a more measured pace than what people expect. When they see the plans for thousands of housing units, they expect it's going to happen a lot faster than it does. That said, it can happen, and given the right conditions. So I think that's it. Next slide is just thank you, and any more questions or comments would be welcome.
I just wanted to say thank you. This report is actually one of the things I look forward to in my board packet every year. It's a fascinating reading, and I really enjoy it, and it's always very well written. And so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Charles, I just have a question about trying to figure out where students went, right, or how they're getting educated. The ones that left us this year. And I was reading about with interest around private schools, homeschooling, and online charters. And I was having trouble understanding the numbers on there, but it looks like, based on this, it looks like the way I'm reading it, it's 203 enrolled in online charter schools, 203 students. And then it looks like 120 new homeschool students. So that would explain about 300 plus of the people that left. Do you have a sense from your data analysis or district, anecdotes or whatever, if the rest are going to private schools or just not going at all? Do you have any sense about that?
Well, that information was thanks to Mr. Moore. He compiled that, and if he wants to elaborate on it, I'd welcome it. But I think he made a good point that there may also be a lot of people who just didn't know that they're supposed to register as homeschoolers, and at the kindergarten level, it's not even necessary, right? Because I think by law, you don't have to do it until you're 6 years old.
Mm-hmm.
So that, there's probably most of it is online charters and homeschooling, whether official or unofficial.
Yeah, Director Fox, we had, we did the presentation in December, trying to nail down a number as you're questioning, and so I don't have the data in front of me, but I remember, we had the 200 additional kids going to online charters this year, 120 homeschoolers, and then we have 200 kindergartners that we expected to have that didn't show up. Parents are probably keeping them at home, and then we just had a lot of unknowns, and we had schools reach out to families to determine where kids went or are that were here last year but didn't show up this year, and we're able to track some of that down, but there were still some of those families we didn't even reach as to determine their whereabouts. And then we had, of course, in between, there was ones that we did contact, and they indicated either the other district that they went to requested records, or not. Kids just moved out of the area. So it was a combination of things, but there's still some kids we just didn't track down.
Well, thank you, David. Appreciate the info. Very helpful.
Any other questions? Okay. So Charles, I'm sorry. Someone have a question, didn't they?
Just gonna say thank you. You've got a lot of other business tonight. I'll be glad to sign off.
Well, Charles, thank you. I mean, it really is important data, tremendously critical as we start to forecast where we are on budget planning and just even school planning. And maybe there's some silver linings on the use of portables, but just always great to hear your updates. So thank you. And we will then move to our next item on reports and discussions, which is the Mitch Charter School annual presentation. And Director Robson, I'll let you do introductions.
Absolutely. Board Chair Wolf, members of the board, good to see everybody. Yeah, I'd like to introduce Carrie Butler, the Executive Director at Mitch tonight. She is going to be giving us an annual report for Mitch. And I just also want to give a shout out to Sue Scott, who has been working closely with Carrie and Mitch in general and supporting their efforts, especially as we've gone into the pandemic here and getting our SIA work going with Mitch and assuring that there's understanding that way as well. So just want to put that on the record, and Sue's here to support in any way, shape, or form this evening, as well as Carrie presents. So with that, I want to welcome Carrie and turn it over to you, Carrie, to share what you have this evening in terms of your annual report.
Thank you, Todd. I appreciate the introduction. I do have two board members that have joined. I have Justin Cabrera. He's our board chair and parent of a fourth grader, and Jason Johnston, who is our treasurer and parent of a second grader. And I think Patty's going to run my slideshow for me, but first of all, I just want to thank, in particular this year, I've received a tremendous amount of support from TTSD administration. Sue Scott, always holding my hand in the nicest of ways. And additionally, Debbie Ebert checking on me and sharing information, since I happen to be the director of HR, amongst other things that I do. And recently, Darren Bernard and David Moore taking time to meet with Jason, the treasurer, myself, and Ashley, the business manager, to better understand how what kind of supports there are for looking at reopening school and accessing the ESSER fund. So really appreciate how supportive and collaborative people have been. Okay, Patty, if you don't mind switching to the next slide, please. So it's a short presentation. I'm just going to do a financial overview. I'm going to talk about demographics, our reading data, math data and improvement plan, an equity update, and how comprehensive distance learning is going. Next slide, please. So, wow, I need to somehow make that bigger because my eyes are not as good. So as of December 2020, we were at enrollment of 220 students, and that's down 8 students from a year ago. But we did budget for 240 students this year before the pandemic. We, like you, saw a decrease in kindergarten enrollment due to COVID and hearing about keeping kids at home an extra year. Enrollment for us is much more stable this year. There's a lot less movement both in and out. The Mitch board treasurer, excuse me, the business manager and myself, we are going to be collaborating to make adjustments to this year's current budget because we budgeted at 20 higher students. So we have to make adjustments now. Our forecast for next year is between 220 and 240 students. However, along the lines of what I just heard from the demographer, this is a bit of a guess for us right now. We will have clarity in about a month once our current families finish their commitments for next year and we do our lottery. This year we added a section of first grade, and that's more for long-term planning to keep our class sizes particularly small in K1. And then, excuse me, it's been a lot of talking today. In grades 2 through 5, we will remain probably 2 classes at each grade level. And then for us in our financial planning, it is definitely a balancing act between wanting to keep really small class sizes because that's been a value of the community, but also the more children, the more money we have. And so the more services we can provide. So it is a delicate balancing act for us. So next slide, please. So I really should have pulled this up on my own presentation because I have old people's eyes now. this is the same type of graphs that you all have for your school's demographics. And thank you. We are seeing, I believe, a more diverse school population starting to happen. So over the 3 years, we are increasing in non-white students, which is explained more on the next slide, please. Oh, somebody's giving me helpful hints. I'm gonna see if I can mess with my view for just a second. Okay, yeah. I was able to make that more readable. So on this, I just wanted to lay out by grade level what the demographics between white and non-white students are. I don't know if it's a blip or if it's a change that is a new trend, but our kindergarten is our most diverse class that we've had in a while. And so, and with the first grade, our two most diverse classes. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out over time. Next slide, please. So this feels like ancient data because this was completed a year ago on the winter's reading dibbles. And then we didn't do spring dibbles, and then we didn't do fall dibbles. So I have been working with Paul, whose name I will not say correctly. He's helping us do dibbles for our school in the next couple of weeks. So we will have dibbles data for winter and spring. So I'll be really looking forward to see how it compares in terms of how our teachers feel things are going and with in-classroom assessments. I think they're seeing a lot of really good progress being made, but we'll have to see how it compares to in-building learning a year ago. We definitely still have our work to do. I've spoken to this data before, and so I think we're making some nice progress, but in certain grades, we have to get in there and look at what further steps need to be made. So if you can go to the next slide, I'll talk about goals. So we're going to do the screener this winter. I am getting some traction on getting an EBIS team going, and I'm leaning on the expertise of Anna Bernard, who is our learning specialist, and she's really knowledgeable about EBIS work. And so we are trying to really get some structure and frequency on that so that we can serve our students. We are currently running an intervention. I think it's up to 4 children now who get a one-on-one extra dose of reading intervention focused on phonics and fluency. Every day, Monday through Friday, every day during distance learning, our teachers are running small groups and they're targeted to skill level. And then in grades 2 through 5 during distance learning, our teachers are using Read Live for fluency practice and assessment. And so that's, I believe it's the same program that Read Naturally is as well. Next slide, please. Also really old data here on math since we didn't take the SBAC last year. So that says 50, right? No, 66% in math met or exceeded the benchmark, but that was in 2018, 2019. So right now we're really just having to rely on in-program assessments. So if you would go to the next slide, please. So a big change for us this year is that have a new math curriculum, which it seems like a crazy time to change curriculum, given that we're in distance learning, but we knew it was the right thing to do. There was a team of teachers who were really looking at the data around Saxon math and walk to math and how well Saxon math, our former curriculum, was lining up to the Common Core standards and therefore the results on the SBAC. And we felt like it was the right time to make the change. So our teachers participated in 3 days of professional development with the new curriculum. We're really happy with it. They use exit tickets for formative assessments. I've spent a large majority of my walkthrough time this year. It's not a walkthrough, it's like going through a portal and just virtually flying into a classroom, looking for how students are using a lot of these new strategies. The learning curve is huge because the curriculum really requires multiple paths to get to one answer, justifying your answer using drawings and strategies to explain how you got to your answer, a lot of vocabulary, and the students are doing really, really well with that. And then I hope this spring to allow for time for teachers to get into each other's classrooms to learn from each other as they implement the new math curriculum. Next slide, please. I'm really proud of our equity work this year. We've accomplished a lot in the time that I've been at Mitch, and starting with Caitlin Blood, who you met a year ago when we did our presentation. Her job has been mostly focused around the agriculture program that we have at Mitch, but now she is also the equity coordinator. So we have a staff equity team that's meeting twice a month. Now at every board meeting, Caitlin provides an equity update. We have a new parent equity and school climate group that we seek feedback from. We've done professional development this year on trauma-informed care and culturally responsive teaching with Alfonso Ramirez. And now I have had to hire some new teachers this year, and equity questions are a part of teacher interviewing process.
Hey, Carrie.
Yeah.
It's Maureen.
Maureen.
So thank you so much. I was just curious. So thank you for your presentation. But since you brought up Caitlin's role as your agricultural teacher, I know that's been a huge aspect of Mitch and the hands-on opportunity. So how are you guys doing that in virtual dirt?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we did some research this summer and really wanted to try out project-based learning. So we shifted Caitlin's work, which is very much outside a lot of the time. And then she's pushing into classrooms virtually, and they create a project that lasts 2 to 3 weeks long. And it's based on something that they're kind of learning already. And then she brings, she tries to bring in an agriculture component to it. And so it's been a really beautiful collaboration. So yeah, and we do virtual farm field trips as well.
That's awesome. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And I think I just have one last slide on comprehensive distance learning. So our schedule has been Monday through Thursday from 8 to 2:30, and then Friday from 8 to noon. It's almost all of that is synchronous. This was all created this summer by teachers. We didn't change our curriculum. So we teach with the same curriculum we would be if we were in building. We have a focus on SEL and family engagement, and we have a brand new counselor who has just joined us. The project-based learning was introduced for agriculture, and so we have co-teaching with classroom teachers and the agriculture teacher. Our students go to synchronous music and music, art, or PE every day. And every Friday we end the week with an assembly, a virtual assembly that highlights students' art and individual accomplishments. And we give out Golden Paw Awards, which are like every school has them for PBIS, high five type of things. Our attendance rate is at 98%. So we're having a really high engagement rate with our current families. And I can't see if you can scroll over what it says for last year's attendance rate was lower than that, 95%. So I feel like that's a huge accomplishment that during such difficult times to engage kids and families that we're doing so well. One of our biggest challenges has been technology, because I'm also the IT director and I didn't have enough devices for children. And so it's been this painful, long, drawn out process where the board approved spending quite a bit of money to buy Chromebooks, but we ordered them early in the summer and the last shipment arrived last week. So it's not been ideal, and we've had to rely on parent support in that way as well. And then we're in the process of trying to figure out what are the next steps for returning to in-person instruction. So we just finished 2 community meetings, looking at the options of staying in distance learning, or looking at what a schedule for hybrid would look like, or looking at adding some limited in-person instruction with CDL to focus on our struggling students. And so our parents are giving input, and we're probably going to make a decision in the next week or so about how we're going to proceed. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Carrie. There was a lot of really great information in there. I have a question about the mental health of your students. How are your students doing in isolation, you know, working from home, and what are you doing to help them?
Really important question. It was a priority of our SIA grant, was to get a counselor on board because it was something lacking at our school. And then knowing how hard it was last spring, that moving forward, we needed to have that support. And her name's Heather Johnston, and she's done a tremendous amount of work reaching out to families and bringing them in if they're struggling. And also she meets with kids one-on-one or in small group virtually when they need extra support. So basically, she spends most of her day in classrooms. And so some classrooms in more than others based on knowing there are a certain number of kids in that particular group that are needing support. So the teacher might send her to a breakout room with someone. Also, the teachers are texting her throughout the day. So-and-so is struggling. Can you come into a breakout room? And so it doesn't look that different than it would in a building. And then she's educating staff about SEL and creating lessons in classrooms for SEL. We're not using a curriculum right now. So that would be a next step that we're going to look at, is how do we want to proceed with teaching kids SEL lessons?
Thank you.
Hi, Carrie. Good to see you. Thank you for joining our board meeting tonight.
Hi, Ben.
I just wanted to ask you about, so you have the slides about diversifying your student body, and I'm curious about what kind of strategies and tactics you use as a charter school to undergo that diversification. You know, what are you trying to do to shift the dial on the students you serve, and what's worked and what hasn't worked?
So I haven't been there long enough to thoroughly know the answer to that question. I think Mitch has very much been a word of mouth kind of school for a long time. And so my feeling is if we're better serving families of color, and we're increasing our ELL services, which I do have something to say about that as well. I think some of it is word of mouth in their communities that's attracting more people. For example, one of my Latina parents, I saw her on Facebook share an advertisement about Mitch and say, this is the school that my daughter goes to, we've been really happy with, and she was sharing it in her language. And so that's all been very informal. And so, I mean, the other things are incorporating parent voice through our parent equity group, and then making sure that the application is in Spanish and trying to increase our translations so that people feel like if they show up that they're supported. And what I was going to say about ELL is that that's another collaboration that's been really great, that Mandy Moore has been really helpful to get us going with one of the same curriculums that that you all use to serve ELL students. So I think we're going to try to do a better job with that as well.
Thank you very much.
And one other thing that I know, when we renegotiated the Mitch contract, the transportation, now it's not really an issue this year, but I know that transportation was a big factor with your predecessor, Carrie, in trying to get more accessibility rather than relying on parents dropping them off at school was the other issue. But Carrie, I had a quick question. How do you measure attendance? I'm just curious if it's just a check-in in the morning, or are they based on the presence throughout the day, or how have you landed on that virtually?
So the teachers fill out a spreadsheet, and then our secretary translates the information into Synergy. And so what the teachers are recording 2 times a day is, first, did they show up to morning meeting, which is a live meeting, because we want to try to catch them if they haven't come to that, because that's a red flag. And then they'll do another input at the end of the day. And the spreadsheet is nice because it's flexible. And so, in other words, they can say about the percentage of synchronous instruction they were there for, or if they weren't there for it, if they knew the reason, or if there were internet issues, or if they engaged with the content in any other way. And then we translate that into Synergy based on the attendance rules.
Thanks, Carrie.
Any other questions? Okay. So Carrie and your board members, thank you, and truly wish you the best. Really congratulations too on your attendance and your engagement of your students to keep them moving through this year. I know it's difficult for all of us, so really appreciate all you're doing and your staff for your students, and wish you the best as you make decisions moving forward with reopening. So
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay, so at this point, we will go to our third item, which is first reading board policies. Director Ebert.
Well, good evening, everyone. We have an AR this evening to look at, and one policy to look at for first reads. So we will start off with ACBAR. And I just want to commend our policy committee for the work that they have done with this AR. There has been a lot of thoughtful dialogue back and forth, stopping to go and research and find more out that we need information on to move forward. I do want to just back us up a little bit, and I appreciate the summary of the development of this AR that Director Fox typed up for us and is included in your packet this evening. I think that our process has been unique as we started to write this AR before OSBA adopted it and sent it off to us. So that has been a positive, and that's also made it challenging for us to honor the work that has been done locally, as well as the work that has come out of the legal piece from OSBA. And we think we have just the perfect product to present to you this evening in terms of an AR that is a lovely balance of both. And we believe will work until we have a revised edition from OSBA, which we know is coming soon. So with that, I will open to Director Gersmead or Fox to add any comments about the development of this AR.
Karen, do you want to go ahead, or would you like me to take it?
You go ahead, Jill, and then I'll add anything that I want to add.
Director Ebert's comment about the challenges of this is the most extraordinary understatement. And Director Fox really did an amazing amount of work in collaboration with Amber Fields and Zinnia on to take the various versions and fold them all together so that it's not just what OSBA said, and it's not just what we first came up with as a draft, but it's also what is practice in our schools, so that our administrators have something that they know this is what they should be doing, this is what they currently are doing, and it's in their same language. And so it was really a mammoth task. I think we've had 3 meetings in January, is that correct, to go over this? So, I mean, it's been a lengthy process, and I just wanted to give a shout out to all of those people who did a lot of work on it.
Well, yeah, we've had some very philosophical conversations as well, which have all been good, and actually a lot of conversations with OSBA. And I think that given we're a little bit out in front of OSBA on this work, has helped us kind of point some things out, and so they're struggling a little bit too. And I thought Director Un had a really good kind of perspective on this, and I think that what's happening is as we are changing, we're trying to develop the administrative rule, and so the change is happening simultaneously with the implementation, and so we don't have it down yet, right? So we're learning as we go, and so and I think that as we're learning, it's hard to inform OSBA of kind of the practicalities of some of this work. So one of the philosophical conversations we had was around, the use of victim versus complainant, and what that means, and how does it apply to specific circumstances. So I won't belabor all the details, but we were trying to be very thoughtful about this, and I really appreciated Director Un's and Amber Fields, Director Fields' participation. That really provided a great perspective on kind of the practicalities and the challenges of actually implementation of this work. So I think that's it for now.
All right. So with that, we have presented to you our best thinking and work at this point for ACB AR. And would ask if you have any questions or comments that you would, as you've gone through this.
I do. And I hear the hours that went into it, and I appreciate that. I'm not seeing a lot of differences from the AR that Sue wrote. In fact, a lot of it seems to be copied and pasted. So I'm kind of wondering if there's something specific we're supposed to be focusing on that's different. And because they're so similar, is it maybe possible to put all 3 policies at the top, how we do the slashes? So they're so similar, it just seems odd to have 2 ARs in different places. Jill's nodding. You had this conversation. I'm confused.
Yeah, I think we had agreed that we would JBB and JB, or JBB, JBC, and ACB this would apply to all of those policies, and so that was part of the challenge. And actually, that's a great observation, Director Emerson. So that's where we started with, was Dr. Ricky Smith's version, but Director Fields and Director Un had made some changes too that we had to incorporate, and then we had to cross-check it with OSBA's policy to make sure we were compliant with the OARs, and that was the challenge, is just to make it compliant. And also the 4th thing we did is we made it consistent with KL policy. So we didn't want to have a different complaint policy than what we have in KL. So there was 4 different things we had to crosswalk through this effort. But it should, the whole intent is to make it sound similar to the one we originally developed, so because it was so homegrown.
And we did have the benefit that the OSBA version was also heavily lifted from what we had written in the first place. So it was iterative in that regard as well. There is one place in the policy that we need to, there's bracketed language on the second page that we need to fill in. And that was just, we didn't know what the committee's name is. And so we need to know what that EASH Oversight Committee official name was, if it's got one yet.
It does. We're doing that a little bit later, but the Bias Incidents and Hate Speech Oversight Committee.
You getting that, Debbie?
Bias Incident and Hate Speech Oversight Committee. Correct?
Plural, incidents.
Thank you.
I'm still missing something though, because you just referred to a document that you guys wrote. Sorry.
If you look on the last page of this AR, it says the EASH plans will be provided to the Oversight Committee.
No, I meant your other comment. Sorry. Not what's the name of the committee. But you were saying that you had an original homegrown version that needed to be rewritten. Did I?
So yes, thank you for the clarification. So JBB / JBCAR was originally created by Dr. Sue in cabinet, and we reviewed it. I forget when it was, back in November or something. And so that was kind of the first draft. And then directors and fields made some modifications based on what we were actually doing. Okay. So that's what I was referring to, Director Emerson.
Okay, so you do agree that we will put all 3 policies in the title and not have them be separate? And I guess I asked because the specific work about EASH and the training is not covered in the All Students Belong policy, nor is it part of the complaint process as the AR is entitled. So I guess I'm trying to crosswalk more things.
So I believe the place we ended up was that this AR would function for those various things, and those policies would call out this, not that they would be all cross-coded. Is that the conclusion we came to?
That is what I remember. Yeah. We're still keeping Dr. Sue's version from October.
No.
No. It does replace that.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
This will be the AR for all of those policies, but it won't be coded for all of those policies. It's just that those policies will refer to this AR.
So Jill, I mean, this is so, first of all, thank you for the level of work, right? That's the meat of this conversation, is the work. So my question is just a little bit from a, when we're away from this conversation and somebody's looking for something, because that just seems, if I'm a new board member, or I don't know why you wouldn't code all of them so that it's easy to find. So that just seems like a clerical head scratcher to me, if that makes sense.
The policies will still be coded. In those policies, the AR that is being used for the procedures will be this one. And so this, because the AR is what the administrator looks at, not what the board member or the public looks at necessarily. And the idea was that we wanted to have the same set of procedures so that our administrators didn't have to think, okay, now wait, this one has step 2B is different than in this one where it's, something else. So that was the logic behind it.
So I don't know if this would be better, but this particular AR, ACB, is a required AR for ACB. So we have to have it. But we could recode it for GBB, JBC as wouldn't be an adopted AR. It would be a reviewed AR because JBC and GBB do not have an AR. It's this one. If that would be helpful, we could do that.
Yeah, so Debbie, I'm going to jump to my why. So, and I'm looking at the policy page. What I remember when we went on to OSBA, right, to be there for OSBA to be our host, we had to review and acknowledge all ARs. So in the back of my mind, I'm forward thinking, is that still something? And now I'm looking at the site and I don't see ARs, accessible, right? So my mind was just thinking future people who aren't part of this conversation, if they would look at that, but that seems like something that we had to do in preparation of OSBA hosting. So I don't know if that makes sense. I was just trying to seem like if there was a cross need, and I understand the purpose of an AR, it's administrative, it's not board policy. So if you guys feel like, nope, I just was kind of agreeing with Karen. It just seemed like common sense if it's a cross-reference. But anyway, I'm in the weeds. I'm not a fan of being in the weeds during board meetings. So I'll leave that to you all to decide. So Ben, did you have any final comments? You've been quiet. So
No, this is like my day job and school board, everything colliding right here. I appreciate all the work that everyone's done. And I think that the key thing is we're clear on what processes we're using for which incidents, and it seems like we have an answer for that, and it's just about codifying that.
But Director Wolf or Chair Wolf, you have a good point though. So are we? I kind of thought the same thing. I thought we were placing all of our ARs on the website as well, and so I don't know if that's something we've discussed recently or clarified when we did move over to OSBA. Whether those, I know Beaverton puts them all up there. They put everything up there. I don't think it hurts because it just provides that much more information.
We do have our ARs on the website. I guess I'm confused now.
So Debbie, I'm looking at the board policy page. And I don't see the ARs on there. So to that point, then again, fast forward, person's not part of this conversation. I don't see a big heartburn, to Sharon's point, to just code across. Because if somebody just really starts to want to understand these policies and how they connect to operations, that just seems like a slam dunk thing. But again, we were moving along really well on our timeline. So can we move forward that maybe you guys, when Debbie, you bring it back, that just communicate to the board? I think Sharon, you seem like, and Jill, like there's not a lot of heartburn if we do a code across, or Debbie. And I just think it's just easier that way. So Karen, I appreciate the questions and the concern. So does that make, so if we could just tweak that, and then I think we can just keep moving forward for the evening. Does that make sense, you guys? And I really do appreciate all the work to get all these are all new policies, trying to get this in place for our students and our staff. So thank you. And so Debbie, I'll hand it back to you because I know you have one more.
Okay. I just want to clarify then. So we are approving in first reads ACB AR, and then we are going to cross-reference it to GBB JBC. Okay, we're not making another AR for those two policies. Okay. All right, thank you. All right. Then the second policy, or the policy we have to review this evening is LBEA. This is a new policy that will go with LBE, which we reviewed a couple weeks ago and then approved tonight in consent. So this is the resident student denial for virtual public charter school attendance. And this one wasn't on first reads with the other one because we wanted to follow up on some of the data collection and because of what the policy is asking us to track. So I checked in with both Director Robson and he let me know that we would be able to collect all of the data around those dates. We talked with Paul as well, just to make sure that this was data that we could pull for the board for our information. So those are my notes here. Do you have any other questions about LBEA?
And just so the board knows, we also brought in Carrie Butler to just give it the charter school lens to make sure we weren't asking things of the charter school that they weren't expecting us to ask.
Yeah, thank you.
Great.
Oh, I just want to clarify, because we had this discussion briefly at policy committee, and my understanding is, so the LBE was about approval of charter schools.
Right.
This one is about if we get over 3%, right, of our enrollment in a virtual charter school that's out of our district, then this gives us as a district the right to deny any additional enrollees. So that's the difference. So I just want to make sure we all understand that. And so it's not just about data collection, it's about giving the district permission to deny anybody over 3%.
Well, that part is part of state law. It's just that now we need to have policy showing that we've collected the data so that we can enforce the rule that is allowed us by law.
Well, are we sure about that? Are we sure it's a law? Because I brought up the OAR, and I think it's optional for a district to enforce it, not a requirement. I have it right here in front of me, and I'm no lawyer, but the way I read it was that it's optional. So I just want to make sure that we all, my understanding is this is the district decision.
Yes, that is true.
Whether we want to enforce the 3% or not. So that's the difference than what we've done in the past.
No, I think we've done it in the past, or we would have done it. Well, I don't know. I don't think we've ever reached 3% before. So.
Yeah, and that's my question now is where are we now? Because I know we have 200 additional. So I don't know how much we had before, but by my calculations, 3% is what, around 300. How many is that? Or would we be denying anybody right now who applied during this pandemic? We deny them, given where we are now with our numbers.
That would depend on what the April 15th numbers showed, and then staff would bring us those numbers and tell us that we're at the 3% limit, and what do we want to do?
Yeah, so
not that we have to deny, it's that if we are going, it gives us the option to deny. It doesn't say we have to deny.
Well, it says the district will not approve additional students enrollment when the established percentage is more than 3%.
That is a change from what was in our LBE, because that was that whole red section, and that does say.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. Don't pay any attention.
Yeah. But the final statement, right, Sharon, allows for a parent, right, that may appeal a decision of a district not to approve enrollment of the charter school to the State Board of Ed. So it's outside the board's decision. So I feel like that's kind of the final stop if a parent wants to appeal.
Okay, well, I think I'm going to vote against this, just as an FYI. I just don't think now's the time to be making these kind of changes, given that we're in a pandemic, and I just don't want to take away options right now. I would rather wait on this to see where our numbers are when things get back to normal, if that's the way I understand the policy to read.
Well, Dr. Ricky
Yeah,
Smith,
am I not understanding something correct?
I wasn't envisioning us to make any changes to a student's current enrollment into a school. That's not how I'm interpreting this. So Sue or Debbie, if you want to give clarity, or if that Sharon, that's how you're interpreting that, because that's certainly not my intent.
We have not at this point. Given our numbers, and you saw the demographer's report this evening, we have far more students who have left the district in many different avenues than well beyond 3%, Director Fox. And because of the fact that we know that these are extraordinary circumstances, we have not denied except in 1 or 2 cases. And then there was a hardship appeal, which we navigated with the receiving district. And so we always lead with a heart for students, but we also have an eye relative to our fiscal stability. And I think that is also our responsibility. I know that that's my responsibility as your agent, and budget is the responsibility of the board. And so this is part of that conversation as well. But currently, our current practice has been to demonstrate as much flexibility to families as possible.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Dr. Sue, and I certainly understand the fiscal responsibility. I also just don't want to take away. If people are fleeing for another option virtually, then that sends me a clear message, right, that we need to change something. And so during this pandemic, I just don't want to take away options from parents. So that would be my concern about approving this.
Okay. No, Ben, go ahead.
My internet is very bad, so I've had to go video off, video back on. So if I drop out, I apologize. The one thing I wanted to enter into this discussion is a recognition of the outcomes that virtual charter schools have had in Oregon, which are really, really bad historically. Graduation rates sub 50% in some cases. And so I think part of this, the lens that I want to think about this with is also, like, I think part of the rule was initially in some ways like a consumer protection rule to make sure we weren't funneling a bunch of students because of marketing campaigns, because some of these entities are for profit, that not the management function, but that sort of is the overseer. So I am also sensitive to what Director Fox is bringing up, which is in the middle of a pandemic, people are trying to find places that work better for their kids. So I think there's a balance that we need to strike here. And I think there's a way to, I'm wondering if there's a way to make the language more flexible than the way it's written now. So it's sort of a may versus a shall type of situation. But curious, I guess I'm sort of trying to process all the thoughts that are arising here.
So Ben actually does say may, right?
Yes.
The district may. So
Yeah.
so excellent point to bring that up. And it looks like it's been written that way.
Yeah.
Okay, great. In that case, then I have no problem.
In LBEA,
Yes.
will not.
The second paragraph, the district may send a notice of approval or disapproval. The district may may respond with an approval or disapproval to a parent within da 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 da.
Yeah, I read that to mean we didn't have to send a notice. Not whether
That
or
was
not
my understanding too, Director Emerson.
that the
about
notice was
yeah.
optional, not whether or not we
Yeah.
forced the 3%.
Because the first paragraph says will not approve additional students enrollment in a virtual public charter. So thank you for the clarification.
Like, I guess where I'm at, and maybe I'm alone here, but in a normal situation, I actually think that the way it's written is the correct way. So do we know that if we passed this policy and we were above 3%, would that trigger like a series of letters going out to, like, the most recently transferred? I don't think that's what we want to do, right? If Karen, you're muted. You look like you have an answer.
No, I just think it only refers to additional, so it's not retroactive. But on April 15, if we were over and somebody applied on April 15, I would think we would have to say no. If we will not.
Is that how you read it, Debbie or Dr. Sue? That it would even if we're over that on that 5th, that's how you would implement the cutoff?
It is typically for those that are asking after we've hit that 3%. That is where the notice goes to. So you've hit your ceiling of 3% or whatever the percentage is. Next student comes, a student request comes in to our to our office for requesting transfer. We take a look at where the ceiling is, and then the issue is, do we grant it or not? And if we do not, we explain that, the issue is that you've hit, it is beyond our threshold.
Dr.
But
Richardson,
it is not, it does not affect anyone else up to that ceiling.
so even if we hit April 15th and the number is greater, I mean, we're not going to, but the enrollment
they're
is
not.
the same.
No,
We're
that's
just
correct.
in the course. Okay.
Correct. Yeah. And it may be at April 15th, you have 2.5%. So there's still room to grow, right? Or you may be right at 3. I've navigated both in a previous district.
Well, and I appreciate Director Bowman's perspective around the whole marketing and for-profit. And in a normal circumstance, we have our on Tualatin Online Academy, which I think far surpasses the performance of many of those charter schools. So I agree with you in theory around that. And so I guess I would prefer that we just either put May and just focus on the reporting and see where we are. And then bring it up a year next year when we're done with this. I'm sure they're dropped way down so that, not an issue. But it would be nice to have the reporting for now. So if we just change will to May in the first paragraph, we could revisit it next year.
I would rather do it now, and I would rather keep it as it is, because this is the way the policy is given to us by OSBA for legal reasons if we are going to deny students above the 3% threshold, which I believe from our financial perspective is a generous allowance and the responsible thing to do for the district. And I understand that it's denying choice of schools, but when you reach 3% of the students in your district, that's starting to become a significant factor. So I would rather keep it as is, but I totally understand where you're coming from, Director Fox, and I absolutely respect your decision if you decide to vote no on this.
Yeah, I guess I'm obviously processing and thinking as we go here. One concern with the change of in the first paragraph going to May is, and I think Jill is alluding to the legal implication here, is we would have to have a rationale for our decision. Since it's not, if it's a May, Dr. Sue and her team would have to figure out how they're going to decide whether to. So given that, I think the language as is probably our best bet, but also kind of acknowledging that we should review. This should be a review next year, I think, to see where we're at, and that's kind of where I'm at right now. So
Karen Emerson, because I support the policy as presented, so I think that just answered it. So I think we're moving forward as it is, and then we'll just vote on it when Debbie brings it back, and we'll go from there.
I just wanted to clarify, since Director Zerschmidt said it, that OSBA did intentionally change the language from LBE to LBEA from may to will not for everybody.
It's a new policy. It's not that they changed the language. It's
The
that
language came straight out of the old LBE. It's all of that calculation was in LBE. And it was all that red stuff that we deleted last time.
And they moved it separately. Yeah, the 3%'s been in place for a while. That's not new calculations this year.
And they changed the dates.
Right.
It was April 1 and now it's October.
Right. They broke it out as a separate policy so that a district that didn't implement it wouldn't have it in their policy, I believe.
Okay, but my question is, are we for sure that OSBA changed that verb in the new policy?
Well, Karen, you just looked at it, right? You said it was marked out in red. So what did the red say?
May, but I thought Director Zerschmidt said that the new language here, or this new, was as presented by OSBA without any bracketed choices.
I believe that is correct. I don't recall seeing bracketed choices when we had this policy.
Nope.
I can look at the original packet.
I'm looking now, and it does say doesn't say May.
Sharon, did you say does not?
It does not say May. But interesting observation, Dr. Emerson.
So you guys, I'm going to keep us moving along. This is first read, and I think you can reflect and think about it. And I think we're down to one word conversation here. So we can continue that if we need to on the action item. But I think we're done beating this policy. And please reflect on that as we prepare to vote next time. So I think, Debbie, that's it, correct? Okay. All right, so I just want to keep us moving along to our final report and discussion, which is Dr. Ricky Smith's updated report to return in person. Dr. Ricky Smith.
Thank you so much. Patty, if you'd please pull up the slide deck. Thank you so much. Next slide, please, Patty. And so the key concepts this evening, just as an update, and I will quickly step through a number of the slides that we have received from ODE for this evening's presentation. But the thrust of this evening is to give the board an update relative to what the final revised metrics, advisory metrics from the state of Oregon are, where we are with staff vaccination, and then our transition to limited in-person and hybrid pre-K3 timeline. Next slide, please. And again, just as a reminder, that these are the things that we are committed to in terms of that we are committed to in-person instruction, that we use equity, staff, and student safety and community public health lenses as we are moving our work forward, and that we are committed. And I want to be very clear about this. There is discrete work that is being done to return to in-person instruction for those families who desire this model for the remainder of the 2021 school year, while also providing an online option for those families who have indicated that they wish to remain online even with a hybrid option. Next slide, please. And again, as a reminder, the district offers two models: hybrid and complete distance learning. Currently, there are invitations from each of our elementary schools going out to parents for meetings this week to receive information and to ask them for their choice, whether they will, if they have had been assigned to the hybrid model, whether they wish to remain or whether they wish to shift to online, and if anyone online wishes now to make a choice to shift to hybrid. We are doing this by grade, band, by level, as it is an amazing amount of work on HR's part to reassign students if there is some shifts, and we have a limited set of options. And so the sooner that we know parent choice, one level at a time, we are able to make those shifts. And then certainly as the metrics allow for middle and secondary, and we will talk about that in brief this evening, then it will be the same process there. Next slide, please. And this is just a reminder from ODE that in-person learning, you must take a measured approach and follow the protocols with fidelity. And this is just their way of helping reinforce the message that we have been offering since the beginning of this process. Next slide, please. And again, you are to start with the youngest learners, pre-K3. And I know that this is frustrating for middle and secondary families, but this has to do with the science relative to the physiology and development of younger students. And they are less efficient in terms of spread. And therefore, there is a greater flexibility in terms of bringing them online first, setting up a hybrid, getting protocols in place, and then carefully adding and phasing in the next levels, grade levels as the metrics allow. Next slide, please. And then opening schools requires the public health and safety protocols. And again, would ask our community if they are interested or have questions to refer to our blueprints, which there's one for the district and one for individual schools. And as we referenced, the buildings are going through the 53-page checklist. And certainly if there are specific questions relative to your school and where they are in the process, I will make certain this evening and ask the Director Fields, as she speaks to Lippy, also provide some guidance as to how parents can get that information. Next slide, please. The county metrics remain in force, and the chart in the Ready Schools Safe Learners is our best tool for determining when cases are not enough to return to in-person. And so again, we'll do a quick step through the metrics relative to the advisory metrics that this is referencing. Also, schools, as we bring students in, both for Lippy, limited in person, as well as for hybrid, we must submit a weekly report to ODE from each school as to the numbers of students, what they received, and where we are in terms of any potential outbreaks. Next slide, please. Community case rates need to be considered. And we are actively working to ensure that new cases of COVID are not introduced into our schools, because as new cases are introduced, schools have been very efficient in squelching those outbreaks, but it is at the cost of the entire cohort that must go into quarantine for 14 days and therefore disrupt the in-person opportunity of learning. Next slide, please. We are in the process of developing, practicing, and training our staff. And this is built into the timeline relative to returning of our elementary students, time for training of staff, and then preparing for transition into the classroom. This will include, and this is work with our parent community as well, diligent entry screening, and we will be relying heavily on families to screen for some signs and symptoms of potential COVID exposure and not sending the child to school. Mandatory face coverings, physical distancing, cohorting where appropriate, frequent hand washing, all of which is covered in the Ready Schools Safe Learners sections 1 through 3. Next slide, please. To the question of the metrics, these metrics are advisory. And by that, it means that a district must weigh those in addition to other considerations in their partnership with their local health agency, which for us, we have 2, Washington County and Clackamas County. And that we are, by guidance from ODE, required to offer at least 2 options, hybrid in person and an online option for parents who do not wish to have their student in a hybrid situation. Next slide, please. And again, the metrics have gone from required to advisory. These are based on the Harvard Global Studies Institute, and the link here will link anyone interested. These slides will be posted to that study. This is the one that Dr. Fauci frequently references, and a number of epidemiologists and those that are in the field of epidemiology reference the Harvard global metrics as to setting thresholds where we believe students can come safely into in-person without outbreaks versus when we need to press pause. The continued impacts of COVID-19 and the state's evolving mitigation efforts are directly related and governed by Governor Brown and the Oregon Health Authority. So to the question, who is it that we send our advocacies to? It continues to be the Governor and Oregon Health Authority. Next slide, please. And these are the revised metrics for the state of Oregon. And let me just pull my notes up here. And so you can see, again, very similar to the last chart, but the threshold has risen. So we can entertain elementary on-site hybrid transition up to less than or equal to 350 per 100,000. Anything over 350 per 100,000 and or a test positivity of greater than 10% requires that the district consider and strongly consider going into comprehensive distance learning, but continuing to offer LIPI regardless of the level of disease. This is a shift from the required metrics where even LIPI was shut down. And so that is being planned for, and that would continue. Currently, as of today, these are today's metrics for the January 23rd. Clackamas County is at 226 per 100,000 and a test positivity of 5.2. Multnomah is at 243.3 and a test positivity of 4.4. And as a reminder, the reason we must track Multnomah is because greater than 10% of our workforce resides in that county. And lastly, Washington County is the highest at 289.4 and a test positivity of 5.4. All of these numbers are a significant improvement over the previous week's reporting. And so currently we are on the backside of the Thanksgiving Christmas holiday surge. You will notice also the advisory instructional model. So we are clearly in the orange bracket. We are to prioritize a careful phasing in of on-site or hybrid for elementary schools. It is not until we are under 200 per 100,000 that we may begin to consider middle school and high school if we have successfully brought on K-5 without incident or minimal incident. And it is not until we are under 50 per 100,000 that we can actually get to K-12 hybrid. And so for the concerns relative to where is middle and high school currently, we would not be planning actively right now to bring cohorts in for hybrid. We are actively planning to bring small groups relative to limited in-person, and Director Amber Fields will provide that information in just a moment. Next slide, please. This is a graph that is produced by Dr. Peter Graven, who is a health economics specialist that works for OSHU. His claim that he is not an epidemiologist, but he has been used extensively by the state and by the hospital associations to model behaviors that will predict COVID surges. And so you can see early on, if you go to the far left of this graph, that first bump is where we were when we closed school back in March. And you can see the amplitude at that point, case rate was somewhere around 150 per 100,000. And then you can see that we came on the backside of that as we came into summer. That next sort of smaller hump was this summer's outbreak that ultimately led us to go to an online stance. And just about the time before that next spike comes was when all of our districts had received the first set of revised metrics. We were actively planning with our K-3 teachers and staff to look to return to hybrid at that point, and then cases went through the roof. And the reason for that is because people, again, Dr. Graven speaks of a fear fatigue cycle where people see that cases are increases and become fearful and become far more vigilant with their COVID routines. And then we have a drop on the backside, as you now see that we are coming on the backside of our third spike. And then again, people become more complacent, and then we head into yet another spike because of a lack of adherence to mask wearing, hand washing, social distancing, and such. Where we are right now, the metrics that I have read for you this evening are at about the bottom of this, just beyond, a little bit beyond that, the end of that red line. So we're into that dip. Now, Dr. Graven says, and I think it is worth sharing this information and really reinforcing it. We can push that dip further out to the right if we are absolutely adherent to mask wearing, hand washing, social distancing, limiting our bubbles to no more than 2 households, really clamping down on the size of our bubbles. We can push that out. In addition, with vaccines coming on, there is great hope that number one, the amplitude of the next spike will be lower and further out, but those things must happen. And those are a direct result of how actively our community takes this to heart, learns from these fear and fatigue cycles, and actively continues to push that cycle out until vaccines finally can take a firm hold, which is what you see towards the end of June going into the summer, when the belief is that there will be enough vaccine into the system that we will begin to gain some control over this pandemic. Next slide, please. So relative to limited in person, next slide, please. The key data here is that limited in person is meant to be supplemental instruction in addition to virtual online learning. And so it is not meant to replace online learning. It requires that we have no more than cohorts of 20 students and no more than 2 cohorts in any given week for those students. No more than 2 hours. And it cannot be intermittent. So you can't do 30 minutes here and 30 minutes there and 30 minutes someplace else. This is prescribed and it is a guidance that we are expected to follow. Next slide, please. I've asked Director Carol Kinch and Director Amber Fields to address both the academic needs relative and thinking relative to limited in person, as well as the social, emotional, and mental health needs for our middle and secondary students. So I will ask them to open their mic and provide just a brief update as to where we are in terms of types of limited in person that are being developed and will come online, timeline for those to come online, and any other considerations relative to gathering parent input at the middle and secondary levels. Directors Kinch and Fields, please.
Thank you, Dr. Reiki-Smith. We are looking, who TTSD is prioritizing for LIPI is aligned with the guidance, and we will be focusing on students who are not able to engage in CDL, students who need in-person specialized services, for example, special education, ELD, reading intervention, in order to access CDL, students who need improved connectivity access alongside a caring adult in order to engage in CDL, as well as students needing Tier 2 and Tier 3 support services in order to engage in CDL. And how we develop those lists, this first round of who will be starting with limited in person, is principals use their data from their multi-tiered systems of support process, where they review live grades, work completion, basic needs, and attendance data every 2 weeks. They cross-reference these data points in order to generate a list of students that need deeper support in order to access and or succeed in CDL. So aligned to the priorities that I mentioned above, these students will be our first priority for limited in person, and we'll be looking to start small and expand to additional cohorts of students as metrics improve, as guidance of time allowed on campus expands and staff receive vaccinations. Director Kinch.
Good evening. So one of the other areas that has been a primary focus is special education. And I know we've spoken about this before, but the first group of students that will be coming into our buildings will be a small number of elementary students with disabilities that significantly impact their ability to access anything related to comprehensive distance learning. Sometimes these are students who may get paper pencil packets at their homes. It's a group of students who are primarily working on functional type goals and not working in their general education classroom. So that is actually starting this week with some meet and greets and orientation with our elementary families. And then our goal is to build up into middle and high school. And most of those students will be served in a central location at Tualatin Middle School. So we can make sure that we have all the systems in place. This is a group of students that are more one-on-one, two-on-one, three-on-one, and require staff to wear a higher level of PPE in some situations. So we wanted to keep all of our expertise in one place, and it also helps with transportation. The goal is to also start talking about elementary and whether elementary can offer some limited in-person services and supplementary instruction. But their focus has been on reopening K-5 at this point, and we will continue to have conversations with them and Title I and ELL. And we wanted to give a quick opportunity for Director Unn to share some of the LIPI plans surrounding events that we could offer for students who may be struggling with isolation. So Director Unn, do you want to give a quick summary of what you're working on?
Yes, thank you. So for our work with our basic needs team and our culturally responsive coordinators and liaisons who've been hosting family affinity spaces, and our student pillar leaders hosting student affinity spaces, we've learned a lot about what the community's asking for. We know that COVID has impacted our communities of color disproportionately, and some of the insights that we got, not only about mental health around isolation, but how to address deep levels of trauma when we're talking about the concentric circles of impact for COVID and how it's closing in on a lot of our communities. I know I've heard from students and families that they have talked about loss of family members, of them themselves going through and experiencing COVID, and the uncertainty of those pieces. So connection with our FACTS opportunities or Family Affinity Connection series, we have partnered with REAP, Latino Network, IRCO, around sharing information. A lot of the what we know about transition, as highlighted by William Bridges, is around the addressing of a new experience, and then this navigating this uncertainty, and then onto some reopening schools. I think what we've heard from our partners in the city of Tigard and the city of Tualatin, there's a lot of feelings of misinformation, not trusting information out there, and just as Director Bowman had highlighted earlier, the information is changing so frequently that communities don't know what to trust. And so some of the conversations that we've had along with City of Tigard and City of Tualatin is hosting LIPI events in partnership to share about these safety precautions, and sharing and teaching and informing the community about those pieces. We're also, with the support of our basic needs team, every month we do a check-in around home visit protocols. What we've learned is that some families and students need a little bit more insight and support. So we are going to be coming together to support some of those more robust home visit protocols that utilizes partnerships with the apartment complexes or nearby parks. And so that's the partnership with the City of Tigard and Tualatin to utilize some of their park spaces, and in coordination with connecting with some of their CERT teams about what they've done in limited in-person events. And then also just acknowledging some of those equity impacts. When we talked about mental health, you know, we have in our partners in REAP, trauma-informed practitioners that can speak from the I perspective for our students of color and our other community partners as well. So those are some opportunities for the community to convene and also learn more about our safety precautions, and, you know, ease some of the misinformation or the lack of information they felt that they haven't received.
And to be clear, and Director Unn, Director Kinch, and Director Fields, these would also be open to any student or students who are impacted by by isolation. Yes. There will be opportunities for students, regardless, who are feeling senses of isolation and navigating issues relative to mental health and social emotional wellness.
I can speak. Go ahead, Zinnia.
No, you go ahead. I think you're going to say what I was going to say.
Probably not. What I was going to add is that Alfonso Ramirez, Russ Ramos, and Nick Sidlin will be hosting some parent listening sessions to understand and more about what the needs are of our community, and what services that we could offer. And so that was in the works today. Zinnia, were you going to add anything?
Yeah, I was actually going to highlight that as well. Very similar to the concept of, the Bridges transition model. I think that meets anybody's needs, to be able to support a new, current reality requires some of those services, but we have those that Carol had highlighted currently in the secondary levels with the support of the SEL teams there. So
timeline, directors relative to the ramp up of limited in person.
I missed the first part of that question. Can you repeat that?
The timeline for limited in person.
So the timeline is a rolling start. So like I said, we have our 10 families coming in this week as we are doing training, safety trainings with our special ed limited in-person staff. Tualatin is updating their blueprints and communicating with their staff and their families related to special education. And then at the same time, we are getting ready for the next wave of students, contacting those families. No family is required to send their student in for in-person services. It is an option for them. So they will always have access to our CDL services, special education or otherwise. So it will be a rolling start, and that will be similar to the secondary LIPI process as well. They are working on identifying volunteer staffing. At this time, we are only asking for volunteers. And so we are working on getting all the schools staffed up to do the limited in person that we hope to offer.
Very good. Thank you. Director Fields, anything else you'd like to add relative to timeline?
I would just add that with the focus group that Director Kinch talked about starting February 1st, our goal, assuming we can get the staff lined up, again, since we're seeking volunteers, the goal is to start that the week of February 8th with that first group. And again, starting small, proving that we can do it with success and mitigate, as much risk as possible and the safety of all, build that muscle around all of our protocols, and then expand accordingly.
Thank you. All right, next slide, please. Hybrid in person, next slide. So what is required? We are required to maintain cohort sizes, and they are outlined here. Students cannot be part of any single cohort or multiple cohorts that exceeds 100 people within an educational week. The schools must maintain daily logs, and this is a practice that we have had over the many months, that when staff enter into our buildings, that there are daily logs. They must check in, they must check out, and we will do the same thing relative with students. To minimize the number of staff that interact with each cohort, we will probably continue to have relative within the hybrid for elementary, that some of the specials will still remain online to minimize the impacts on cohorts and really allow a tight focusing to the classroom teacher experience. And then really working with the schedules to reduce the number of cohorts and students that interact within a week. Again, the less interaction we are able to maintain with fidelity, the greater stability we will have in maintaining a consistent weekly schedule without interruption due to potential exposure to COVID in the cohort. Next slide, please. Relative to transportation, if students need to access the bus, they must, again, face masks are mandatory, and we will take all necessary precautions. We are asking that students dress warmly because we will keep vents and windows open to the greatest extent possible, short of a deluge of rain, to make certain that we have as much air circulation as possible. And also these will not be full buses. These will be buses that are at best half full. And so we have already planned for additional buses on routes to accommodate for that. The piece here that I want to leave is that this is not considered an additional cohort. It is only relative to cohorting within the school building. So this is not considered a cohort that we have to necessarily be concerned with. Next slide, please.
Dr. Sue, just
Dr.
yeah.
Sharon, I was going to say,
Okay.
my board members are going to be chomping at the bit to extend the meeting. I'm sure. Sharon, is that what you wanted to do?
I was actually going to ask a question. I didn't even notice it was 9:30.
Okay, I'm sure that
the meeting to 10
Sharon and Jill
o'clock.
did.
My apologies. I saw that, but I wanted to finish that thought. So thank you. Yes, Director Fox, your question.
Oh,
So
just a
we
quick,
extend the meeting and check that off.
Yeah.
And thank you.
I made a motion to extend the meeting to 10 o'clock.
Second.
Can we make it 10:30?
I retract my motion. I make a motion to extend the meeting to 10:30.
Second.
Motion was made and seconded to extend the meeting to 10:30. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 I don't think I heard Ben, but I'm sure he's fine.
I said aye.
Opposed, motion carries. My apologies, Dr. Ricky Smith and Sharon.
Not at all. My apologies. Director Fox, your question.
Yes, I just wanted to clarify, bus riders are not considered an additional quarter. By bus riders, are you talking about, you're talking about students, right?
Correct. So
Okay,
the
so
issue would be if I rode the original guidance said that if you rode a bus, that was one cohort, and if you were in a classroom, that was a second
right,
cohort.
right.
And so now they're saying, no, that's not a cohort. You have one to give in the school itself. However, if you remember the slide from my previous update, which said if there is an exposure on the bus, those students still need to be quarantined.
Okay, that was the point I needed clarification on. Okay, thank you.
But for cohorting purposes, the student could ride the bus and be in two additional cohorts.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the clarity.
And just to clarify one step further, so if there is a case on the bus, all of the students who ride that bus must be quarantined, but
Correct.
not necessarily all of the students in those students' classes.
That is also correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and again, it gets back to the ABC exposure. Who had closest exposure? Okay, next slide, please. All right, so what is required from our families? We are and our staff. We are directing both students and staff to stay home if they have any symptoms of COVID. And we are asking staff to be vigilant about their own personal behaviors as we come back into hybrid. Even with vaccination, we know that we will have some staff, and I will do a light touch of that here in just a moment, who will, for personal reasons, decide not to be vaccinated. And we are asking them to be very thoughtful about maintaining vigilance relative to, again, mask wearing, hand washing, social distancing, not taking any unessential trips, anything that puts them in proximity to active cases of COVID, and certainly now with report of new variants afoot within the state. We continue to be in tight partnership with our public health authorities and work with them relative to reporting if we've had a possible positive or a confirmed positive. We are responsible as a district for doing the tracing and the notification. There is also support coming from the state here soon relative to rapid testing kits. It is state law that parents must give consent for any form of testing for students 18 and younger. And so as we have greater information about how those tests can be delivered, and the belief is that they can be self-administered even as young as 5 years old. But I have as yet to see the specifics on that, as do other area superintendents. But that will be one more tool in our arsenal in terms of being able to offer a rapid test if they're in the presence of fever or other signs that give us cause to suspect a COVID infection. Next slide, please. Okay, this has not changed in the RSSL. We are required to have a minimum of 35 square feet of distance for the student and for the teacher. We are to minimize standing in line and to ensure that the floors are marked so that students know where 6 feet are from the next student. We are also, as part of the checklist, determining patterns, traffic patterns as flow in and flow out that don't cross each other. Next slide, please. Again, face coverings are required. The district will and has ample stock of face masks, as well as gloves, face shields where necessary, and disposable gowns for those that are working directly with highly impacted students. Face coverings are required for students, and unless they are have it written into their IEP or are well known relative to having special ed concerns, those students and families have been identified, and Director Kinch is working with those families. All others are required to use masks during the school day and when on the bus. Next slide, please. And again, just to reinforce, face coverings are not a choice. It is a requirement if you are coming into hybrid. And OSHA requires that we provide face coverings for staff, and again, we have ample supply of those. Next slide, please. Question has arisen, is it okay to eat at school? The answer to that is yes. And we are working with our nutritional services to find ways of offering meals that are easy to eat at one's desk so that we minimize the amount of contact relative to cafeteria. The bigger concern has to do with the adults in the system, typically congregating in a staff room, and that will not be allowed. We'll have to find ways to encourage teachers to eat in their rooms during their break between half-day cohorts, which Dr. Lisa will be speaking to here in just a moment. But again, trying to mitigate as many opportunities for congregation of staff as possible and students. We are also asking the families consider who are coming into hybrid that if a student is bringing a meal, that it be ready to go so it minimizes the amount of contact that the teacher must have directly in terms of opening containers, cartons of milk, and so on and so forth. Next slide, please. And this is just a summary exclusion. I will not go through it this evening, but at the very top of this chart, it gives you the most likely scenarios that schools would have to navigate, and then a flow through chart as to what action should be taken and when the student and or staff member is appropriate for return to the school. But we would encourage individuals to take a look at this further if they have interest. Next slide, please. It is required that we train all staff prior to any in-person, and that is being developed. We also have developed protocols for communicating with staff, family, and the school when there is a new case of COVID, and that is something that Director Tracy Rose is very familiar with, working with our staff, given the number of positive cases that we had during the last spike, and notifying, tracing and notifying all parties that were potentially impacted. We also have very strong public health guidance, and thanks to the work of Carol Kinch and the health team that meets on a weekly basis, and they continue to review and revise updates and training and prepare potential trainings as we receive new information from County Health. Next slide, please. Dr. McCall, if you'd like to give just a brief update relative to the proposed pre-K-5 elementary schedule. As I've shared earlier this evening, there are elementary school meetings at each of the schools virtually this week. Dr. McCall.
Yeah. Good evening, Chair Wolf, Vice Chair Bowman, directors, student reps. It is my pleasure to just touch on what does that mean for TTSD. I want to just reiterate what Dr. Sue mentioned, is that it is our belief that in-person instruction is the best model in order to provide key academic learning, as well as to provide social emotional support as well. And so back in the fall and even before that, we had a team of administrators, which included teacher reps, specialists, and others working on a hybrid model. And we have presented that model and revisited the model to come up with what we believe would focus and prioritize our pre-K to 5 students with a phased-in approach. And that hybrid model is really a mix or blend of synchronous and asynchronous learning. And our proposal would be a half-day model, and that would mean that our pre-K to 5 students would be attending in person half days for 4 days a week. And then they would still have an opportunity to do get a lunch, as well as applied learning asynchronously. And we have a timeline which prioritizes our pre-K to 1 students during a phased-in approach. And that would mean that we would start with the littles and the staff that would support them. Also, just keeping in mind, really the goal and the purpose of instruction is to increase participation, engagement, as well as focus mainly on academic achievement, and then providing opportunities for students to develop peer and adult connections, as well as relearning in-person routines. And in the case of our pre-K and our kindergarten students, this will be a new experience for them as well. And the rationale for the half days is to provide for the consistency of our students and with the focus on literacy and math. And then provide opportunities for some interventions for our students who need more tiered 2 or 3 strategies. Our staff, meaning our elementary principals, will be hosting, like Dr. Sue said, school-based community meetings starting tomorrow. And at those meetings, principals will share the schedule with parents. They will discuss and share what does it look like, what safety protocols that we will be following based on our blueprint and a guidance from ODE, giving the families that information so that they can make an informed decision as to whether they feel comfortable with their students returning in person, or giving them the option to stay in online CDL.
Dr. Lisa, in the half day is that there will be a half day morning cohort and a half day afternoon, correct?
Yes, there will be 2 cohorts, morning and afternoon. And again, smaller classroom sizes, 4 days a week, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Okay, thank you. And again, because of our student class sizes and enrollment, even with the lower number, for us to be able to meet the square footage requirements and to keep the cohort size within those requirements requires us to split out the cohorts to achieve that. And then again, for consistency's sake, some districts have looked at 2 full days and then another 2 full days. And we believe that having daily contact, except for those Wednesdays, which have been negotiated and is in the MOU agreement at this point in time, any shift for that Wednesday would have to be renegotiated. And that is not our primary focus at this point in time. Our primary focus is to get students into hybrid and to give them as much consistency and time with teacher as possible during the week. Thank you, Dr.
Yes.
Lisa.
You're welcome.
Next
I have a
slide, please.
clarifying question.
Yes.
When the student is in school with their small cohort in the morning, then they go home in the afternoon, they then have no online communication with the teacher at that point? Is that correct? Or
That is correct. What they are doing is they are doing the homework and other asynchronous learning in the afternoon. And if you're coming in the afternoon, you're working on that in the morning. And the teacher will purposely set lessons so that they had that opportunity to continue that work in the other half of their day.
But they won't be watching the other half?
No, that is correct.
On YouTube channel? No, okay.
That is correct. All right, next slide,
Just
please.
just another quick question about
Yes.
schedule. Who gets to eat lunch there? So is it the morning cohort or the afternoon?
I believe both cohorts will have an opportunity to have lunch.
Yeah. Okay. Other questions? All right, thank you. So I wish to thank Director Bowman and Director Zerchme for bringing to fact how fluid the situation relative to teacher vaccination has been over the last several weeks, and has caused a fair amount of challenge. Well, not a fair amount, has caused significant challenges in getting to a solid date relative to workforce readiness. We believe that prioritizing our staff to be fully vaccinated prior to reopening is a key component in our commitment for health and safety of all. And this was reiterated again today in an ODE document, basically sharing that this is yet one more layer of protection in the arsenal of getting students in then as quickly as possible and keeping them in, because our staff and our teachers who are supporting our students have that level of protection. That said, I also want to continue to highlight the collaborative efforts with our association. While many of the messages have been difficult to hear, and conversely, they have acknowledged that they understand and hear the passion and the pain that our parents are experiencing. I wish to thank the directors this evening as well for highlighting those voices, because both have preeminence and both have right passion and have concerns. And our job is to weigh both of those and balance those so that everyone's need to the best of our ability can be met while we are moving forward. And one of the things that we navigated with our associations is that if staff wish to volunteer, or staff who are choosing not to be vaccinated will be called to duty. We appreciate those who have volunteered while they wait for the vaccine. That will help us more easily stand up limited in person. But we also understand that we have a continuum of teachers, many of whom believe that they need 2 vaccines before they feel adequately protected and safe to come into the workspace. And so we are fortunate in our district in terms of the collaborative effort and the stewardship that we are trying to give, while at the same time, I have been very clear, many of the directors here this evening have sat in on my Sit with Sue's, and I have been clear with our teachers that our community is not truly happy with some of the decisions that we are making and are disappointed that teachers have taken this stance, and that it is our responsibility as individual communities to reach those parents and to continue to work with them in understanding their students' needs as we are moving them through. That is our obligation. I know that there are other districts in our area that are not as fortunate in terms of their attempted collaborative effort and are either navigating challenges relative to high numbers of staff filing for leaves of absence, or in some cases being at an impasse. That has not been our experience today. I want us to continue to move forward and problem solving together while listening very carefully to our community's needs. And so where we stand now with the vaccination, and again, as a reminder, I know that the board of directors knows this, but to our community, the fact that teachers are being vaccinated at all was a direct effort of superintendents across the state, and I can speak most specifically to the group that I was a part of for the TriMet region, and working with our healthcare partners at Legacy, Peace Health, OHSU, and Kaiser Permanente, where we brought a plan to them to bring us vaccine, and they said, we'll give you the Oregon Convention Center and we'll stand that up for your teachers because we know that this is so important. And then we had many back and forth because OHA felt that there wasn't enough vaccine, and then there was,
And now there is enough to get us started, but at the same time, they believe that additional teachers needed to be added to the 1B designation, and so have included early learning program teachers as well as private school teachers. That will add another 30,000 individuals in the Tri-Met area to all of the other public school and district staffs, which stands at about 45,000. So I would offer you a visual that with the original plan, there is a belief that we could get through everyone's district within 3 weeks with 1 dose. With this addition of another 30,000, it's as if we have added bumper to bumper trying to get onto I-5 in the midst of the height of rush hour. And so we know that potentially, we have been told OHA's decision will potentially add another week to 2 weeks in terms of getting everyone vaccinated. For that reason, we have, because of our commitment to activating LIPI and activating early learning and early elementary, our district in the first push, which will go out on Wednesday, the staff that has been prioritized to receive vaccinations this week are elementary pre-K, kinder, and first grade teachers, learning specialists assistants, principals, counselors and school psychologists, office staff, custodian, food service, bus drivers, long-term substitutes, all elementary facing. Are all teachers who will be needed to stand up a K-12 limited in-person sessions, quality custodians, because that is where the initial push relative to the special ed limited in person will be housed, and Director Kinch spoke to that earlier this evening. Our bus drivers that are elementary facing, Creekside and Tigard High School daycare, Creekside limited in person, and volunteers for the secondary limited in person. That is first wave. The second wave is then all the teachers relative to grades 2, 3, and if we are fortunate enough, 4, 5. And it is a rolling piece. It is not this week it's this one and the next week it's the next. As soon as they can get through the group that I've just given to you, they will tee up the next group in order. The way teachers and staff will access those appointments is that they will have a chat bot link. So Director Fox, to your concern about people spreading and sharing the link, this is the health system's way of trying to shut that down and make sure that only individuals who should be on this priority list and are on the priority list that we gave to the system today are receiving a chat bot. The chat bot is a conversation that assesses the individual, are they appropriate for vaccination, and then gives them the link for to make an appointment. They make an appointment at the Oregon Convention Center, and we have asked, and the healthcare system has been generous in supplying times from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. to facilitate the teaching day. I'm going to stop there for just a minute and see if there are questions about that process. All right. We know that the teachers and staff will most likely be receiving the Pfizer vaccine, which means that they will be eligible for their second dose in 17 to 21 days. We have been told by the system that those doses will be set aside, and so there will be a second dose. With that, if we can get this first wave that I've just given you through, it is entirely possible, depending on if they get through this week into next week, that we could have a target date of mid-March for pre-K 1 through grades 1 for hybrid to return in person, and then continue to phase in grades 2, 3 after that, and then 4, 5 after that. I am loath at this point to give a hard date, as all districts in the Tri-Met area are, simply because we really need to see how quickly this is going to run. And for that reason, the best I can give at this point is we believe it's this based on how this works. So the time for the first dose, the time for the second dose, immunity building, and then ready to go. All pre-K3 staff who are assigned to hybrid are expected to report whether they have availed themselves of the vaccine or not when we are ready to go. And Director Kinch has already given you the information relative to the beginning of standing up Lippy this week. Next slide, please.
Dr. Sue, before you move on to the next slide, can I ask a question? With
Yeah.
regard to prioritization of that cohort of the pre-K through 3, the set of classified and licensed staff, has there been any thought about prioritizing the most medically fragile or older people as opposed to everybody having the same level of priority in case there is a slowdown, that there may be an option to get some folks back in?
I think the issue here, Director Fox, is number one, based on, again, the metrics have not gone away. Even though they are advisory, we still must follow them. And so we are prioritizing staff where the metrics allow us to stand up hybrid, which is in pre-K elementary. Again, back to that orange column. And so any teacher, whether they are medically, depending on their need, if they are pre-K through grade 1 teacher, they will be in this first list because that will help us stand up that which we can stand up based on the advisory metrics.
Okay. Yeah, what I was just wondering is if, say, if it slowed down and we did have our most fragile elementary, the pre-K through 3 immunized, there would be a lot less risk, right, for those. So my only concern is if the immunizations are a lot slower than we're projecting, whether I'm just afraid we're rolling in now to April, so my only question, it doesn't sound like that's a consideration or that's a possibility.
I guess perhaps I'm not understanding the full intent of your question.
So within that cohort itself, all the teachers and staff say that a 20-year-old teacher getting the immunization in that cohort, the pre-K through 3, versus a 50-year-old teacher with diabetes and heart disease. Was there the same level of priority across those?
Yes, because we want to be able to stand, at this point, we want to be able to stand up all of our schools, elementary schools at that level as close to the same time as possible.
Okay, I guess I was just asking from the risk mitigation standpoint, take care of the most fragile first. And so then if we did, then would that give us more options later on? That's all I was asking. So, okay.
I think the challenge here, Director, when we talk about barriers is that staff, regardless of where they are relative to risk, have indicated as an association that they will not return without vaccination. So whether you're 20 years old or whether you're 50 years old, at this point, it is what grade level do you serve?
All right.
And to reach all of them simultaneously.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for the question. Next slide, please. Regarding athletics, all OSAA athletics and activities at this time are tied to the county COVID designation, not the school advisory metrics per OSAA mandate. And this is at the direction of the governor and OHA. So to the question, what is the barrier to athletics? It is the guidance that OSAA is receiving from the governor and from OHA. And so the advocacy is pointed in that direction. Right, currently, as long as we are tied to those metrics, we can only allow outdoor conditioning sessions and no contact athletic sports or indoor conditioning, as long as the governor has us still designated in a high risk or extreme high risk category. Now, based on the fact that the numbers are coming down, it is hopeful that that will change. But what we really need for athletics to be able to engage in contact sports is for a different direction or a revised direction that reflects the same thinking and flexibility relative to the advisory metrics from the governor's office and from OHA. On January 27th, the Tri-Met Superintendents has a representative on OSAA's board. We have in Washington County Conversation Superintendents meeting today, we have collectively asked that they carry a letter to OSAA forward from them to the governor and to OHA that basically asks for that flexibility so that we can engage in contact sports. TTSD will also sign on to the Oregon Athletic Coaches Association letter that is directed to the governor and OHA in support of a spring season of contact sports schedule. And right now, both high schools have developed competition schedules for football and for volleyball. And should that guidance be lifted and flexibility be given, we would be prepared to pivot. District fields and playgrounds have been reopened for general public use only. Director Darren Bernard and team are working with our community sports teams to establish guidelines as to when it might be feasible for them to use the fields. Right now, we are protecting it for our student athletes. And while at the same time balancing access for our community at large. Again, I remind the community that there is signage that's posted that basically expects that masks will be worn when on the property. And already we've had reports over the weekend as we've opened these fields up that people have not complied. And we ask you, please, please comply. Please help us bend that curve. Please help us flatten that curve. Please help us get our kids back into school.
Dr. Zhu, can I ask you a question about this one? So in terms of the community sports organizations, the youth baseball, youth soccer, etc., can you explain again what the situation is there relative to them accessing and using fields, and what the process is for evaluating that?
You bet. Director Darren Bernard, I believe you're on this call, and I would actually defer to you because you are closest to that work.
Yep, I'm on Susan's screen. So yeah, so right now we've had our campuses are open for community use, but no organized activities. So it's like youth sports, any type of organized games, things like that. So we've opened them up at your own risk. So we've opened up playgrounds. We've begun putting up basketball hoops again. Like Dr. Sue had mentioned this weekend, sounds like a lot of our elementary schools were packed with people, not social distancing, pickup basketball games, all the stuff that is the reason why we took down the basketball hoops in the first place, right? And so we are going to aggressively, try to continue to put up signage. Signage keeps getting taken down, unfortunately, but we do expect our patrons to, if they're going to use our, schools, just like our athletes have to wear masks when they are doing their conditioning, we want kids using the covered play area or playgrounds using their mask. We have, as Dr. Sue had mentioned, we're really we're not making any property available at the high schools because we're reserving that for our own kids, because depending on the school, you could have multiple sports. We could have seasons, in the spring, we could have a lot more than our typical spring sports going, right? And so we really want to protect our high school kids and keep those cohorts as pure as possible. I think as we get along here further, we'll start taking a look at our elementary properties, our middle school properties, and depending where we're at with metrics and things like that, we'll start making assessments on whether we make, when and whether we make those available to youth sports. The park, like right now, because of the weather and winter, all the parks are closed. They don't allow field use because one soccer game out there can destroy a field in the current conditions, right? And so we're in the same boat, but our goal is to get our kids out there. We want them to be active. We want them to be participating, but we also want to make sure they're staying safe, because ultimately we need to get back to school. Did that answer your question, Director Bowman?
Yeah, I think it does. And I'm just thinking through, part of the thing I'm wondering about is if we do open up to community partners more so than general public, that those groups could be required to comply with a higher level of accountability for safety in terms of distancing and masks. And so I was just curious about how that, so basically you're saying there's an ongoing evaluation of when and whether to open up fields aside from high schools to local youth sports.
That's correct. Danny's been in contact with almost all of our youth sports organizations. I can say our youth sports organizations have done a really nice job coming up with their own health and safety plans, and they've shared them with us. And so they're ready to roll when we're ready to open up and stuff. And so now the challenge there is, oftentimes those are parent volunteers that coach those teams, right? And so the consistency and the accountability is a little bit of a challenge sometimes, depending on which group. But those groups are anxious to get going just as much as we'd love to get them going. And so they do have plans, and really thorough plans. So we are, right now we're just kind of holding in pause right now. But once we feel like we're in a position to start opening up some of our fields, we'll probably start opening up the elementary fields first. And then the high schools will be the very last one, just because we want to make sure we take care of our cohorts and all of our athletic teams at the high school without mixing in a bunch of different cohorts from the community.
And the good news here, in Director Bowman, is the fact that athletics is not considered a cohort similar to bus travel. So if you have, let's say a student has 2 LIPI opportunities and also wants to be in athletics, that is a change as well. So you can still do that, and it's not considered part of the cohort. And I think that is a recognition as to the power of athletics and co-curricular activities. I also wish to state that currently plans have been approved for performing arts, both choral as well as band and orchestra. The challenge right now is that the weather is not friendly to band instruments and orchestra instruments, but those plans have been approved and they're good to go. And so when I'm also talking about football and volleyball, there also is a plan in place ready to go relative to cheer and to the other athletics as well. It's really dependent upon coaches who are willing to volunteer and step into the space. And so that is work that is ongoing at this point. Let me also just kind of go listening to some of our public comment this evening, try to step through a couple of the pieces that I don't believe we've touched on directly. Relative to what does local control means? The governor has basically left it 2 districts, and in our definition, I see that as both the district coming forward to the board and making a recommendation to the board as to its plan. It does not require that the board give final approval. ODE has been clear about that. The second piece with this is relative to liability. And I wondered if there were any questions about that before I just do a light touch, but I'm certainly happy to answer that question as well.
Dr. Sue, I think it's fair. I mean, I think 2 things, because I was going to also ask you about the board's role, but I think it's fair that we as individuals show a sign of support or disapproval for this plan. I mean, it is an operational plan. It isn't our place to approve it as an action item, but I also think it's fair for us to show support or not. Because at the end of the day, that's what I feel like our constituents are asking us, where we are in support of this plan. And then in terms of liability, Sue, if you want to touch on, I believe that the revision of the metrics and the alignment was also in with the liability, but I'll let you speak to that.
Yes, correct. And so the districts received direct guidance from OSBA Executive Director Jim Green, who is also an attorney. We have had the current advisory metrics and RSSL vetted by our attorneys, as well as there has been a request to the Department of Justice. And taking a look at the way that might impact current limited liability law. And the guidance is this, that if you are following the advisory metrics as to when you bring in certain grade levels and you stay within that guidance and the RSSL, that the limited liability is in force. Can districts choose not to follow the advisory metrics? Absolutely, they can. And at which point, based on guidance from attorneys and guidance from OSBA, you would be outside the limited liability protections of the law.
And so just to clarify, that what that means is if we open when we don't meet the metrics, then we open ourselves up to financial liability of lawsuits from teachers, parents, students, etc., for essentially putting their students in harm's way would be the allegation, and it could be litigated in court. That's what we're talking about.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
So Sue, just to clarify though, do teachers fall under workman's comp, or this covers all? I
believe they would fall under workman's comp, but we can certainly get clarity on that point.
So Sue, just to summarize then to the obvious, question that I think along the way, and Director Bowman just kind of asked one more clarifying point: why not ignore the metrics altogether, right? Say, you know what, let's just open up the doors. And I've heard you talk about where our teachers are, our agreements with them. Director Bowman brought up where we are with liability. And so I guess I'll open that question to you, to any other comments that you'd like to make, as that's been a question of our parents.
Absolutely. So one of the things that I heard loud and clear, even beginning in the fall, from many of our parents, many of whom are represented here this evening, was Dr. Fauci's urging, and I was pointed in the direction of the Harvard Global Health Initiative. I think the fact that the state now has anchored into that, and if the Harvard Global Initiative is saying about 350 is about as far as you can push it, without having multiple outbreaks. Again, this is not the point that the school itself is the point of contact. It is the fact of what is coming through the door. That's the science. And so where Oregon took a very limited point of view, if you remember back in the fall, the first set of metrics said no more than 50. Then the second set said 200. And now, based on Harvard and their vast body of information, not just nationally, but globally, says that 350 is about the tipping point. If you go beyond that, you will set yourself up for potentially greater frequency of positive cases coming through your door. And at that point, you are now in a position where you may have to shut down multiple cohorts repeatedly over and over and over again. That is something that we're trying to avoid. And so again, anchored in the science, anchored in science that Dr. Fauci and others are saying, yep, those are good guidelines. And he himself has said on multiple occasions, it is dependent on the level of active disease in your community that you must attend to. Schools can operate safely, but the higher the level of active disease in the community, the higher the likelihood is it's coming through your doors, and you'll have to deal with it. And you may be dealing with it on multiple fronts. And so I believe that following that advice is, again, anchored in science. And as I've shared with you before, as a former trauma, public health, and critical care nurse with over a decade's worth of experience, I believe that there is strong validity to that. That's the reason why I'm actively engaging us in terms of multiple opportunities relative to limited in person, so that we can deal with the isolation concerns, because I firmly believe that for as much as I beg our community to follow the guidance, we may yet have another spike before it's all said and done. Even at that point in time, if our elementary schools are up and running and they're running without further incident, we will continue to run. And that also is provided for in the guidance. It's just that you can't add more grade levels at that point in time. So we would continue to run LIPI, we would continue to run sports, we would continue to run the grade bands that we have stood up at that point, as long as they are running without incident.
Okay.
So excuse me.
No, Sharon, go ahead.
Dr. Sue, just a clarifying question, and maybe this is for Dr. McCall, But the survey that was questioned in the previous, in some of the public comments, I assume that's going to happen after these meetings this week. Is that was what implied? But I just
yes.
Okay. And
Parents will have an opportunity to use, families will have an opportunity to use Parent View to select hybrid or in person.
Okay, thank you.
And how do people get invited to those meetings? Is that on each school's website, or is that on the district website? For what day is the Bridgeport Elementary meeting, for example? Or will parents have been communicated that directly?
Lisa?
Yeah, so that information would go out through the schools, and it should be on their website. I will double check that.
So if parents haven't gotten any notice thus far, they should check the website, and if it's not on there, they should call the school. Is that
yes,
okay.
yes, but I will double check.
Okay, thank you.
So the one place that I wanted to ask a question that we haven't talked a bunch about yet tonight is the sort of labor relations teacher side of things. So we saw some districts come out with an announcement about going back to in person, who then had to come back, walk that back and push that date back, largely attributed to workforce issues and teachers. So my understanding is that teachers through their union, through TTA, have certain legal rights in this process about working conditions. And, you know, I understand that some districts have received a demand to bargain, and that process can extend for an extended period of time. And so I'm curious, can you kind of give us an overview of what are the legal considerations of your negotiation, your communication with TTEA? Because I think it was, you know, obviously TTA President Scott Herron spoke at the last meeting, but I think it's important to also understand that it wasn't sort of just on a whim. TTA actually has legal rights in this process, and I'm not an expert on this area, but I know you are. So if you can give us an overview of that relationship and process.
Well, I'll give a brief overview, and certainly Director Ebert, if you have other things that would be helpful here. Yes, we are, because we have public entities, state entities, and public school districts. Their workforce is protected by collective bargaining agreements. Teachers and classified staff have the option to either become a member or to have a relationship that allows them some protection if they so wish, or they can opt out based on the Janus, one of the recent Janus Supreme Court ruling. That all being said, the preponderance of districts' workforce are represented by either by a classified union or the licensed union and affiliate of Oregon Educator Association. And there are contractual rights. One of those has to do with working conditions, both physical as well as workload. And those have to be negotiated. And so when a unit raises a concern, as units have across the state, and very specifically in the Tri-Met area, that they believe that it is not safe to come back in until they can have a vaccine because the vaccine is available. If the vaccine were not available, we would probably be having slightly different conversations and a slower rollout. But this is something that is the associations in every district in the Tri-Met area have brought to bear. And I believe that you will see across the Tri-Met area many boards affirming that is the stance, and that they are affirming the concerns that they are raising relative to the labor management relations that we have with them. What I will say is, as I shared earlier, and thank you for raising that concern, districts who basically said, this is when we're going to start, are now tilling some of the ground that we have been tilling for a very long time to get us to where we are now, without a demand to bargain, without a potential high number of staff filing for leaves. or signaling in other ways similar to the May 8th walkout, that they would not be reporting for duty. And the reason for that is that they care deeply about their students. They care deeply about their work, as it was witnessed earlier this evening, but they also are deeply afraid. That is what an association does. It brings those concerns to the table, and it's the responsibility of the district management in this case to navigate with them and go through the language and have the conversation to continue to move the system forward without getting to an impasse. All districts value that relationship. Sometimes it can be very thorny and very passionate and very heated. But the fact of the matter is, the reality is that if a workforce decides that it is deadlocked with you, there are not enough subs in the area for any of us to fill those positions if teachers decide to either request leave or resign, or in other ways decide not to continue to engage in their profession in a given district. And that is their labor right.
Thank you. That's a very helpful overview.
Any other questions for me? I know that's a lot of information.
Sue, was that your last slide?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
So I guess all I'd like to say, because the board will not be voting on this specifically, there are tremendous variables in place to put this plan together. And then I was telling someone the other day, I feel like we're making decisions in a Jello bowl. I mean, every time you do something, it slides away. It's something else the next day. And I guess I just want to thank Dr. Sue, her team, to be huge advocates. Sue has worked so hard in terms of how do we thoughtfully get our students, get our teachers safely back into schools, to try to move that, to elevate so that we could do this as quickly and thoughtfully as possible. And so I appreciate those efforts. I appreciate what you're doing. I'm frustrated. I want kids back in school more than anything. As we said, point one, that's the best place for students to be. But I believe, based on all factors applied, you are applying the right strategies for how we move forward. Athletics for secondary, for high school, I absolutely support the efforts to get sports back in play. As Dr. Sue said, TTSD will sign on. I signed on personally as a school board member this morning. I encourage you all to advocate for that for our secondary students as well. And I just felt like I needed to say that during the board meeting, that I am supporting the direction that TTSD is headed, given all the variables. So I'll leave that open to any other board member that cares to share.
I'd like to reiterate and add my support. These have been extraordinarily challenging times, and I think the district is doing a remarkably good job. I keep coming back to my personal feeling, which is that I don't want to ask a teacher to go into a school and do something that I wouldn't be willing to do. And if I were not vaccinated, I would not be comfortable going into a classroom with 15 or 20 kids, knowing how intimate and contact rich elementary school is, and how much snot is often involved. So I'm not willing to ask a teacher to go into a school unvaccinated because I'm not willing to do the same. And so that's been my sort of litmus test through all of this. And so I'm very glad that the district has reached the point of saying we will send teachers back when they are vaccinated.
Yeah, I will also just briefly echo the support that I'm hearing. And I think I agree with Jill in that I believe this is the right thing to do. And I think we're headed down the right path. And I think that I hope and believe that we're moving quickly to get to limited in-person access for students who need it, and then gradually from there expanding. But I also think that this is the most realistic and prudent path forward as well. And that, Dr. Sue put forward some very complex three-dimensional chess components that have to be weighed and that have to be considered. And I don't think it's a simple decision. I think there's a lot of variables, and I think the district has done the absolute best job they could to balance these factors. Acknowledging that we have messed up as a district, like everyone has in this pandemic, and we're trying to correct things as quickly as possible. But I genuinely feel like we're doing the best that we can in this plan, and its growth and progression is reflective of that. So I'm in support.
I'm also so grateful for the countless hours our district staff has put into trying to make this work and being able to pivot with the ever-changing circumstances, ever-changing regulations and policies, not to mention the ever-changing disease. So I just wanted to say I do support the plan. I concerned about the vaccines being delayed further, but we don't have any control over that. I think we'll revisit that based on how things roll out. But I just want to say I'm supportive, and I want to commend Dr. Sue and Director Ebert with all their work and working with our union. So thank you.
Definitely. And because this plan implements all the current best practices that science offers to minimize the risk for all of our staff and students, and that our district has put in so much effort into the details, that everybody's aware of the details and that the training of the details will be there. I totally support this plan. I also support waiting for the vaccines for the teachers, as they would be in a room with students for many hours, which is a very different environment than a grocery store or a restaurant. So I do feel like it is valid to put our teachers into a higher priority and to view them that way.
I want to say thank you for sharing where you are as a board. I want to really reiterate that in terms of advocacy, it is to the governor and it is to the OHA. And if I were to ask for any strong point of advocacy in addition to our athletics, is that OHA and the governor stop shuffling the deck relative to level 1B, relative to teachers, and understand that our sense of urgency to get our children back in is directly related to the speed at which our partners can vaccinate. And that right now, the bottleneck is the amount of vaccine. Salem-Keizer School District has all 7,000 of their workforce vaccinated round one because Salem Health Center was allowed to do that. We need the same level of advocacy for the Tri-Met region. And I appreciate your understanding. If you hear some directness in my voice, it is because we worked with diligence to stand up a system that did not exist and offer it to OHA, and then to have the deck reshuffled was challenging at best this weekend. And so I would continue to ask for our full bench press to help our state partners understand the urgency that we have to comply. And we need every ounce of assistance, both in terms of number of people into the system and amount of vaccine available. I cannot say high enough praise for our hospital systems. They have literally stepped into the arena. They were fully participative from the beginning of that conversation, took us seriously, and worked with us as partners. And I will always be grateful for that level of commitment and coordination that you do not typically see in that industry. So nothing but praise for those individuals and for the staff here who have spent, thank you for recognizing countless hours, all of us, trying to get this thing done.
Dr. Scoot, can I ask you a follow-up question? So one thing that I was encouraged by in some of the emails that we're starting to see is a sense of alignment of folks saying, I mean, people may not like the plan or think that the plan is perfect, but I think there is an agreement, like if we can work together on fighting and advocating. So what do you have thoughts or recommendations on specifically regarding, you know, the vaccines in particular, because that seems like the central point here. Is there a board resolution? Is there an audience that we should, I mean, I think if we can organize our community here to get together and push, just like Salem's community did, let's do it, and let's try to get things moving.
I would say 2 points to that point again. The advocacy is to OHA and to the governor's office, because OHA, just like ODE, and you know this well, Director Bowman, is under the auspices of the governor's office. And so as a point of information, what is needed in the TriMet area is half of the state's allocation at any one given time. Right now, the state really doesn't know how much vaccine is available. What we do know is that there was a large proponent that got focused to Marion County simply because that was a county that literally was on fire with COVID. They were in the 600-700 per 100,000 range and needed to get that under control. Totally get that and understand that. And the governor wanted to demonstrate that a system could be stood up. And so kudos to Salem Health for blazing that trail. However, now that that's happened, they need a reallocation that comes into the TriMet area, because I'm also mindful of our 80-year-olds and our 70-year-olds and our 65-year-olds. And I am mindful of the medically fragile that Director Fox has brought forward and that Director Search means you have identified. That needs to happen in tandem. And this is why it is so important that they think about those phasing in. If you've got a group, get them through as quickly as you can before you add anything else to that. And the way in which that was modeled on Friday was that there was room for both that and the 80-year-olds. Now, because of this decision over the weekend, that has pushed all that back. And that's what I'm getting at, is that once you have developed a plan, you need to stick to it and let us run it through and reallocate. So if I were going to ask for advocacy, it would be reallocating the stocks to get us done, so that is, as well as trying to work on the other pieces. I understand that they're under the gun as well, but the metro area has high numbers in addition to Marion County. Get us done and get us under control so that we can then start to spread the good news out from that. And number two, relative to athletics, and just making us a priority right now in terms of vaccination would be huge, absolutely huge.
Thank you, Dr. Sue.
So I want to make a motion to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
I second, and can we have a bathroom break too?
Yeah. So motion was made and seconded to extend the meeting until 11. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
My apologies, in my head, this was supposed to be 15 minutes.
That wasn't going to happen. And so actually what I'd like to do, let's take a 5-minute break, but Emily, you have been a trooper. Not that you wouldn't want to listen to all this, but I'd like to move, she is the second item on the action items, or not she, the policy to approve for period products. I'd like to make that the first action item. And then Emily, it's your choice if you would like to, at that point, excuse yourself from the board meeting, because I'm certain that you wanted to stay for that. So if we're all good for that, the rest of us are here till the very end. So we will flip flop 1 and 2. And with that, I have 10:33. Let's take a 5-minute break, back at 10:38. Thank you. Okay, how we doing? Let's see. Oh, I don't see Sue back yet.
No, I'm here. I apologize. I just hadn't turned my camera back on.
No, it's all good. Okay, so let's go ahead and go. I think we can, hopefully there's probably faces behind those cameras. And Rowan, thank you for staying as well. And I expect you both welcome to stay, but you can also boogie after this. Okay, so it is 10:39. I will start us back up again, and we will start with action item B, second reading of addition to board policy JHC. Director Fox.
Thank you, board members. So as you recall, this is the Tigard-Tualatin Student Union in partnership with the period clubs of Tigard and Tualatin High Schools are proposing this language change. So I want to explain, since it's not conventional to make a big change between first and second read, the events that have occurred between our last meeting and this meeting. And Emily, please chime in since you were as much a part of this as anyone. So at our last board meeting, we had a discussion about custodial staff shortage, which we were informed of Friday night in our board report. But and so I had mentioned that we were going to connect with Director Bernard or Director Moore about labor, both for installing the dispensers and also for stocking the dispensers over time. And so because of the custodial shortage, it didn't become more a money issue as much as it was a concern about the impact on the custodial staff of stocking machines and installing them. So during the break or during the 2 weeks, the students and I worked with Director Bernard, and we kind of worked out that it would probably be best to install the dispensers over the summer and work with the period club in the fall, assuming students will be back in school, and that they can help gather data and feedback and inform the implementation. The students would help inform the implementation. So they thought it'd be a really good partnership, Director Bernard and the students, in terms of just learning from this whole process, and that dispensers would only half of them would be installed this summer, and then we would learn about implementation, how often to stock them, and then it would be the other half would be implemented over the break. That would also allow us to use our own staff to install them as opposed to hiring out. So I really appreciated the students, being equally concerned about not wanting to have this policy interfere with our reopening schools and taking away staff from cleaning, keeping our facilities clean. And so they, in partnership with Director Bernard, thought that it'd be best to not really hold anybody accountable for this policy and its a full implementation until after school starts, and give it some time to work. So as you can see, it says the new language is
effective 4 months after the return.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know why it's not in my, oh, there it is. Okay, yeah, thank you. So now it says effective 4 months after the return to on-site learning for middle and high schools. And then it launches into the policy that we had talked about last time. I know this is non-conventional for us to have this language in, and Director Zerchmead, I know you in particular are going to be highly disturbed by this language. I did consult with OSBA, and as opposed to putting it in an effective date, he thought it'd be best to put it actually next to the item and have it embedded in the text. So I know I see some eyebrows, but Emily, do you have anything to add?
I think you covered everything. It's just in talking with like all the students who I've been working on this with, like we don't want to put a burden on the operations staff since they've been so supportive of what we're trying to do and getting like the numbers that we need and the costs. And so we obviously don't want to put, like, we want to take into account the fact that there's that shortage and that, you know, they're going to have to carry the extra sanitation requirements due to COVID, and even after the return to on-site learning, that some of that will still remain for a while. So that was the thinking that went behind that 4-month buffer.
Okay, questions and comments.
So I really appreciate the students taking into consideration those difficulties. The fact that those difficulties in timing exist and that there would then be the need for this language is exactly why this shouldn't be in policy in the first place. I've said that 8 ways from Sunday. This is not a matter for policy. This is a matter for administrative regulation, or these are the sort of details that don't belong in policy. Having said that, I do believe that this is an important thing for the district to provide to its menstruating patrons. So I'm not gonna stand on principle that it's bad policy, but I'll just state right now, this is a terrible addition to policy. I don't like it, but I like the work that it will do.
I will just briefly say, so from my position, if you believe that access to menstrual products should be true for all students who menstruate, then to me, policy is the right place to do it. Because if you don't believe in that, then that's the status quo. We don't offer these products in school, in any of our schools, or at least we don't offer them in the way that this policy lays it out. So if you believe that we should offer these products in the way that this policy describes, then policy is the correct place, in my opinion, to do that. And then the final comment I'll make is, this weekend I had the opportunity to hear one of my role models talk about the All Students Belong policy it was like a ceremony honoring the student who brought forward, the All Students Belong policy. Interesting story behind it. It was a single student who was basically talking about how the Confederate flag was being used to sort of bully and harass students. And the swastika, of course, was being used against Jewish students in some instances. And what he said was basically, as soon as this rule was proposed, virtually every adult in the system agreed that, of course, we shouldn't allow swastikas to be in schools where they can intimidate students. But for hundreds of years in our public education system, no one made that change. The adults in the system didn't make that change. And so this might be an unconventional process or unconventional wording, but I think what's striking to me is that this is something that, at the very least, no one on the board disagrees with the idea. And it took the students to point out that it wasn't happening. So I wanted to service that and honor the students for bringing this to us. And I appreciate the willingness to be supportive of our classified employees who are trying to get us ready for in-person. I think this strikes that balance. So I'll be proud to vote yes tonight.
Yeah, and Karen, I'm going to let you close in case you have a question. But Jill, I disagree. COVID made this language weird. I fully supported the language that was the why before, but out of the respect that the students are trying to acknowledge, things are a little funky as we re-enter, and I want to acknowledge the risk around COVID. We're going to make this kind of operational language in the policy. So that is kind of what made me go, I don't like having that in the policy, but I get what they're trying to do. So maybe at some point that can be revisited, because that's not policy. That's a very timing specific issue that shouldn't be in policy, but it's because of the kindness around COVID that they're trying to do it. So I don't like the addition. Totally supportive of the why. So I'm good. Karen, do you have any comments?
Only that because this district has a history of doing things before legally required or before deadlines, I will have a hope that we find a way to provide this even maybe when we are doing Lippy for some of our students. So I'm ready to vote yes tonight.
I'll take a motion.
Let me scroll back. I approve the revision to policy JHC as presented.
I second.
Motion was made and seconded to approve policy as presented. Further discussion? Just want to do a shout out, Sharon. Thank you for your work with the students. Emily and Rowan, great job shepherding this through. Thank you very much. Okay, all those in favor, I'm just going to do a now. All right, I'll do a single roll call. Director Bowman, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Director Emerson.
Aye.
Director Fox.
Aye.
Director Zertsmead.
Aye.
And Director Wolf is an aye. Motion carries unanimously. Thanks, you guys. And with that, we will bounce back up to action item A, bias incidents and hate speech oversight committee application. Director Emerson.
Okay, so this policy, or not policy, excuse me, this application is back for the second time with the modifications that we discussed at the December 14 meeting. I know the next question is probably going to be the timeline, and I did check in with Director Unn since I believe that her department would be very key in the interview and selection committee. And also getting the word out to all of the community members that we want to get the word out to and who we need to get the word out to. She indicated 3 to 4 weeks would be a reasonable window to do that, to make sure that everybody was aware of it and had time to get the application submitted. And the same next step still exists. The details that I am happy to work with Len Reed on, as she has such an excellent view of the 10-step process of bringing anybody in to a committee or a job position. And then lastly, that it would probably be a good idea to pick the 2 board members who will be on the committee at this time. And I will say that I am interested in being one of them.
I am too.
Is there additional interest from the board?
I'd love to, but I think those 2 would be great.
I also would love to, but I am happy to defer to Karen and Sharon.
Okay. Then I entertain a motion.
Can I make one recommended change? In addition to the address for Patty, if we could add the email address for her too, just so for ease of submission.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, Ben, thank you. That's a good catch.
I will do that.
All right, I move to approve the Bias Incidents and Hate Speech Oversight Committee application as presented. Can I do them both as one motion, Jill?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I move to assign Director Karen Emerson and Director Sharon Fox as the 2 board members to interview to the interview and selection committee.
I second.
Motion was made and seconded to approve the application as presented and assign Director Emerson and Director Fox as board members to interview on the selection committee. Further discussion? Okay, I'll do roll call again. In favor, signify by saying aye. Director Bowman.
Aye.
Director Emerson.
Aye.
Director Fox.
Aye.
Director Zertsmade.
Aye.
And Director Wolf is an aye. Motion carries unanimously. And our final for the evening, again, is Director Emerson and Director Fox. Thank you both very much for your work on this, is the evaluation framework and the update on the portfolio of evidence given the changes for the year. So thank you both.
Karen, you want to start?
Sure, because I want to start off with my embarrassment. I did not mean to create a new award. I'm going to blame alliteration, and by the looks, maybe nobody else saw it, but we are not going to give out a groundhog award, a golden groundhog. We will give out golden hedgehog awards, and I am so sorry. Just blame alliteration. And anyway, that was the final piece of evidence that we put in, and didn't mean to do that. Oh, okay, so we took the standards and performance indicators that we worked so hard on last year and kept all of those, but updated the agreed upon evidence to be reflective of the Ready Schools, Safe Learners work that is being focused on this year. So the bullet list for each of the 5 standards, that is what's new. And I guess just looking forward to the next steps, we discussed doing like a modified 360. So instead of sending out the survey to like everyone who would possibly have any contact with Sue during the year, that it would be very focused on the people who are involved in the Ready Schools, Safe Learners work, and with modified questions to address that work, rather than the just open-ended, how do you view Sue as a visionary leader? So I think that was it. Sharon, do you have anything else?
No, I think you covered it. As far as the timeline goes, I don't know if there's any questions, but we kept it pretty similar to last year, with the idea that we tried to match it with Dr. Sue's quarterly reports, data reports to the board, and try to use that as our major points, inputs for us, for our work. And so the other thing is I'll need to talk to you, Maureen, about discuss compensation benchmarks and whether we want to use last year's as a starting point or get Ernie on or a consultant on that right away to introduce new stuff. So we'll have to talk about that at some point.
Director Fox, I can address that. Director
Okay.
executive are moving forward with that.
Good. Okay. Great. But I think that's it. If there's any specific questions about the calendar.
Well, since this is Dr. Sue's labor management meeting, Dr. Sue, does the evaluation calendar laid out, does that kind of mesh with what you were expecting and look appropriate to you?
Yes, it does. And I want to say thank you once again to this board, and certainly to Directors Emerson and Fox, for the process. Again, as I've shared with you many times, this is how I reflect upon my own practice. And look for areas of growth. And I always strive to be in the exceeds proficiency. I think this year it will be more challenging on some of those metrics, but and certainly look forward to the feedback that will help me grow should we ever be faced with another pandemic again and have to navigate it.
I'm just disappointed. I thought the golden groundhog was going to be, like your favorite board member or something.
Well, that's not to say that we couldn't entertain the golden groundhog in certain cases, in addition to the golden hedgehog. It's just I'm just trying to think of how many yard ornaments I need in my office, but all right.
I was going to say, I don't think we want to repeat this year, right? If the hedgehog comes out or whatever that is. So I don't think we want that.
No, yeah, we do not want that specter. Absolutely, Director Fox.
With that, to stay hopefully in line with closing the meeting at 11, I will take a motion.
I move to approve the superintendent evaluation standards and evaluation calendar as presented.
I second.
Motion was made and seconded to approve evaluation standards calendar as presented. Further discussion? Okay, again, roll call signify by saying aye if approved. Director Bowman.
Aye.
Director Emerson.
Aye.
Director Fox.
Aye.
Dr. Zerchmead.
Aye.
And Director Wolf is an aye. Motion carries unanimously. And truly, thank you, Sharon and Karen, for your work to get that completed. So we were moving forward. So with that, 10:58, we are adjourned. Thank you all for your evening and have a good last hour. So good night, all.